We did Eye of Ashara and Naltharian's Lair. I'm not... Why are they doing that?
Doing what?
So the instances of this expansion are level 98 to 110.
Okay.
And so they're all listed as green, which is weird. Because normally if it's current level, then it's yellow. And if it's stuff that's like too easy and therefore rewards less experience, then it's green. But the level range of these dungeons is our level and higher. Like I guess 98 was 8 levels ago, but 110 is still 4 levels ahead of us. So it feels weird. That's listed as
Maybe
green,
it's wrong,
which normally implies that you're going to get less experience. Meanwhile, Assault on the Violet Hold is 105 to 110, and it's yellow. But your item level's too bad.
What is my item level?
You're
144.
You're 144, and you need to be 146.
Oh.
Loser.
So sorry.
God. Maybe if you leveled or something.
Yeah, God, why don't I just level more?
Yeah. Yeah. Glad we got to the bottom of that one.
Done. So I've sent all my people on missions, so now I'll be high level, right?
You sent all your people on... Oh, are you in Dalaran?
No, I'm in my,
Sending your
what's it
dudes on
called?
their shitty Legion missions?
I'm in my base on high, whatever.
On Garrison?
Yeah, I'm in my garrison.
You went back to your Garrison from the previous expansion? Those people are even more useless.
No, not to the previous expansion. I'm still in Legion. I'm saying my garrison in Legion.
Yeah, your class hall.
My class hall, there you go. Couldn't think of the made-up word that they had for it.
Made-up word? Those are normal words.
Well, they call everything something like class hall, your garrison, your whatever the hell this is, weapon smith.
These are incredibly mundane words.
Not in my daily vocabulary.
Weaponsmith? I mean, I guess it doesn't come up that much.
They're not words I'm thinking about. Let's see. Where's a post box? Halal? Does my class hall have a post box anywhere? Somewhere?
Not that I remember.
Cool. What a worthless
They're
place.
just kind of like out in the streets around town. Oh right, your class hall's like here, huh?
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that. I'm like, why are you in Dalaran? Just too far out of your way for some silly daily quests that don't do anything.
Speaking of, I should check where my
Version of Deadly Boss Mods is out of date. Well, fuck me then.
Oops.
What, did they add more game? I don't think they did.
Absolutely.
Like we're the final boss and raid of the expansion has already been out for a while. How much could DBM really change? Well, we here at Blizzard get bored every 6 months and decide to delete the entire interface and start over. Have fun, modders.
That's probably not wrong.
We here at Blizzard. Oh, I'm a frog.
We here at Blizzard do not like anything to do with anybody, so we will change everything for nobody. Signed truly, Blizzard. I think there's a large effort to change things for just the sake of changing things. Just because...
I mean, that's how the web design works, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's been here for a bit. Better change everything about it. Gotta refresh the logo every 3 years, and gotta like just kind of randomly rearrange parts of the website just to frustrate people.
I mean, a majority of that is supposed to be marketing purposes, but yeah, there's a lot of questionable changes made to websites where you're
It's always,
like, what
it's
did
always
you
extra
actually
fun
change?
when your job is on said website. So you're like, I know, I need to find the feature. Where'd you put it? Please.
Yeah.
Like I liked how like we did the music playlist thing, and Stephanie made hers on her own YouTube profile, and then I was gonna do the add playlist to playlist feature.
And you're like,
been around
where
forever.
is where is
And
that feature?
and yeah, it's gone. The only way to get that feature is the only way you can get the ... that has the drop down menu that has the like add all to playlist button that used to be a standard thing on YouTube, is I need to go to my own playlist and hit edit. And then I can be like, okay, the text on my own playlist says it has an ampersand and says and it says like remove polymer or something like that. So I copy that part of the URL into the end of the URL for her page. Oh, it's disable polymer, I think. If you copy or type in, if you memorize it, like the ampersand disable polymer, then you get the 2 versions ago YouTube version of a playlist page, and that still has the feature and it still works.
I hate. Well, that okay. So that's.
And I only know that because whenever I hit edit on something, they never made it so you can edit playlists, and like several features on YouTube just don't work in the current dashboard or the previous dashboard they're already replacing. So whenever you hit like edit or something, it literally loads a different version of the website that they haven't used for years in order to give you that feature.
Yeah.
It's such each time they iterate on the website, they don't finish making it, and then they start making the next one again. So eventually we're gonna have a system where when you use certain features on YouTube, it loads a version of YouTube from like a decade ago, because that's the only place that still has that button.
I mean, you basically already have that.
It's the dumbest website.
It's a very unfortunate. It's an unfortunate application to probably be a part of, because every time, like, no matter what time you join the Overwatch team, you're out of date. Like you're either too early or too late.
Overwatch
so, like,
team?
you show the YouTube team, sorry. So whenever you show up, you're either too early or too late to contribite anything to the website.
Yeah. Irreparable
like,
mistakes have already been made.
Yeah, like you either show up and they're mid building a new interface, and you're like, oh, okay, are we gonna complete this like in my career's lifetime? And it's like, no, you came way too early. We're not gonna finish this version. Okay, or you come like to the tail end of an interface. It's like, are we gonna finish this interface? It's like, no, we're moving on to a new one. Oh, okay. Like, there's no. I don't think anybody joins YouTube in the process of a transition.
Yeah.
Which would probably be helpful, or if anything, it would be helpful if they like kept
I'm
their
still
people.
streaming with the old version of the stream page, because the alternative is to use the shitty one where you have to get a new stream URL every stream.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's just annoying.
Which is confusing when youtube.com/yourname/live is a really good use of address space.
Yeah. But also, like, so much of the website, like, how do I put this? It's like, there's no promise of added functionality that's being, like, fulfilled by the addition of these other changes. You're usually adding more and more obstacles in the way of using parts of the website while still offering the same functionality or less. And it's like, why would I want to use the new one? Like, I only use the new YouTube dashboard now because they just made me.
Yeah, there's not. At some point, there doesn't become a choice.
They just got rid of the old, like, creator dashboard that used to be on the website. Like, well, now you're fucked. I guess you gotta use the new one now. It's like, I guess I do. I guess you win by default. I was more than happy to ignore this forever.
There's and there's like a weird cutoff period too, where the moment the old interface is dead and the new interface goes live, where you start noticing there's like a lot of cracks in the new interface. Like, oh, I literally can't do this.
Yeah.
Is that ever coming back? and you realize YouTube just is very quiet about like what features will transition to this new interface, which
Yeah, like they only recently just re-added
multi
the ability
uploads.
to upload multiple videos, but it's an awkward, slower, shittier version of than the old one still.
Yeah,
Because you still have to do like, you still have to fill out several pages in order to do one upload. And so it's just
which
like a
to
whole
me
thing.
is that's terrifying. The idea that they may just go like, no more multi uploads.
Yep.
And you would do that because it limits the amount of content on your website.
It's just one of the many reasons I wasn't using the original page was that there was no multi-uploads, and they phased out the old one completely where it was literally not in existence anymore before they added multi-uploads to the new one. So it just didn't exist as a feature on the website for a while to like queue up some uploads for any prolific channels.
And I wonder, like,
One of
is
the things
that on purpose? Hold on.
It's just like a thing you don't notice if you're somebody that makes like a video a month.
Hey, shut up, stop.
Yeah, no.
But. All right, 1 second.
I think somebody's at the door, folks.
It'd be real awkward if we got into a dungeon right now. Do I have a kite? Shit, I don't have a kite. How do I get down? Warp gate? Progress. Shit! I didn't mean to fall. Damn it.
Alright.
Gravity,
die?
why?
Oh. I was like, how did you die? I was literally AFK. How did you die?
Yeah, I didn't mean to jump. I was gonna get down to a ledge, and then I was gonna use my portal to get the rest of the way down. And then instead he just went off the second ledge. And I guess I have incurred a small repair fee of 4.4 gold. I can tell, because Titan Panel will tell me.
I feel I'm getting kind of annoyed with my doctor, and I'm trying to figure out how to like see a different one. Because you
just go to your doctor and say, I think we should see different people.
I wish. It's getting like, I'm starting to become agitated with my continual decrease in ability to breathe, and I'm trying to like.
Yeah, that's
I'm trying
not
my
good.
best not to be like. I'm trying my best not to come off as like a crazy lunatic, you know, being like, oh my god, I literally having trouble breathing because I don't want to sound like I have like COVID or something. But I'm sitting here right now, and breathing in, I can't get a full breath. Like I just can't take a full breath. Yeah, but when I brought it up to my doctor before, they're like, that just sounds like anxiety. I was like, you saying that tells me you've never had anxiety before, because I've had anxiety for all my life and I've never felt this way. And like I said, the same thing happened when I was I kept having weird issues of like being lightheaded when I would get up from the computer chair after like, you know, not too long, like probably 2-3 hours of sitting. And I would get back up and I would feel like really lightheaded and stuff. And so I eventually got like a blood pressure machine. And so I would just, okay, before I get up, I'm gonna take my blood pressure and then sit up and be fine. And I noticed that I like multiple times I would have probably like low of like very, not like and dangerously high, but pretty not normal level, like blood pressure levels. And I brought it up to my doctor, was like, no, that's anxiety. I was like, I don't think you understand how this works. Like, I think you're just like, just using this as a way too loose excuse. Because it's like, oh, I see on your file that you are taking antidepressants for anxiety. It must be the anxiety. It's like, what the fuck? Okay. Sure. So I'm trying to figure out how I can do that, but it's not, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it would be a long-term reduction of lung capacity causer.
Yeah, that's.
Is there
that's
a chance
why I was
that
like,
is there a chance that it is COVID?
I don't show literally any other symptoms. I have no
Yeah.
fever. no coughing, no. It's not a shortness of breath. Like I can take like I can breathe. So it's not that I can't. It's not that I'm suffocating. It just is. I just can't get a full breath. And this isn't like new. This has been something that's been happening over months. And but like I went in, got scans for my
I'm
lungs.
surprised
like,
he's
nope.
blaming it on anxiety and not the much more obvious possible candidate.
Well, because they asked, you know, like, well, do you have fever? Are you?
No, I mean your history of smoking is like a way more obvious candidate to target than anxiety as an explanation for your lungs.
Yeah, which
They
is
chose
why
a weird thing to latch onto.
Yeah. Well, so anxiety would solve the shortness of breath because you would go like, oh, you're just, you know, you're too anxious, you're not breathing properly. I'm like, what the what?
Help, I'm fighting a giant.
Okay.
It's coming.
Oh God, that's that's a big boy.
Yep.
But yeah, so I don't know. It's frustrating. I just
Friends are arriving. They're all demon hunters.
yes, finally.
Whenever you talk about this stuff, I always just think about how like Bird said, like Lady Bird was listening and just was horrified by all of your stories about doctors.
I have really bad luck, and I can't say that it may not be me just not willing to be crazy about it. Like I probably should just, you know, straight go lunatic and be like, look, I'm literally dying. You need to do something about it. Because I feel like the lack of urgency in my voice, which, you know, I talk to the doctor the same way, just like, yeah, it's, you know, like sometimes it's hard to take a full breath. Yeah. I feel like, you know, I'm lightheaded when I stand up sometimes. The doctor's like, well, it doesn't sound very serious. It's like, what? I need to cry about it? Like, fuck, dude. I'm not a doctor here. I don't know what is and what isn't crazy, but I don't want to like, I'm not trying to come off
That's
like
always
a
one of the risks
hypochondriac.
Is how there's like a gap between people and like reporting of symptoms and so on, and like the different levels of expression.
Yeah, and
is like men tend to like often underreport things and so on. Then on the other aspect, there's also this element where like women find that like they'll be talking about, like, despite their higher pain tolerance and so on, doctors will treat them like they're being like dramatic and so on when they're when they themselves are also like kind of also understating like what they're doing. And it's like there's like a weird filter level of judgment where sometimes the doctors themselves are just kind of being negligent and just kind of not believing that, well, oh shit, fake out. They'll just kind of like not believe the idea that people need help.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I feel like the worst part is whenever I definitely, it's the same with like tech issues. Whenever I finally go to a doctor to be like, okay, look, I'm seriously having these issues. Weeks now. I need to just see somebody. And I go in, body's fine, 100%. Everything checks out like fucking normal. And it's like, I don't get it. Do you hate me? Is that the problem?
Oh, like is your body's on its best behavior the moment you go to the doctor or something?
The moment I go to the doctor, my body's like, oh shit, better put on our Sunday suit. And it's like, come on, man, you're dying the rest of the week. Don't act like you're not. It's like, well, no, it's fine. It's like some kind of shitty Osmosis Joan ass shit going on.
It's like it's out to get you.
Where like the virus is sentient and is like, oh shit, he's at the doctor. Better make him not sick for a couple hours. It's like, oh great, cool, thanks.
Got your booster shot internally.
Yeah, I don't know. The other same thing is like then I also feel hesitant to say anything again. Like I don't want to bring up the same problem because when one doctor already says like, nah, you're fine. Like I don't want to like bring that up to a new doctor and then the old doctor's like, no, he's fine. I talked to him already. Like I don't know how, you know, how doctors communicate with each other. Do they talk? Do they say like, hey, why did this patient transfer over to me? And they look at the file and it says like, oh, he has high anxiety and he keeps calling about this thing because he's anxious. And the doctor goes, well, your file says you have anxiety and you're calling because you're anxious. Like, fuck, dude. Can I pay money to purge my medical record? Can I wipe it clean again and just start afresh and be like, look, I'm Andrew, never heard of me before. I have these symptoms. And you go, well, your file's perfectly spot clean. No anxiety, no depression, no nothing. Clearly, this is a serious issue. Let's take it like such.
I think people often recommend seeking a second opinion if you don't think your care is helpful enough. I don't think they necessarily like gossip about the individual patients and then have that be a substitute for actually discussing treatment.
I hope not, because it sometimes feels like that. Though there's also the miscommunication that goes on of which I explained before, though, somehow I had IBS on my record even though I don't have it, and it's like, how the fuck did that get there? Who put that there? Did they not communicate, or did they not listen to anything I literally told them, which was giving no symptoms?
That was a lot of incoming damage.
Yeah, that was a lot of incoming damage.
Is this a boss fight?
No.
It's goddamn. They're coming after us. Multiple people were dying. It's scary.
Yeah.
Create a soul well. Put a thing on the... There you go. Oh, it's inside the corpse.
I'll just
slightly
walk
awkward.
back.
Yeah, we only made it one room deep.
Yeah, thankfully I can mount up, so.
And our tank disconnected.
Sweet. Looking good so far.
Alrighty then.
True WoW experience.
Na 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 na. The first boss is right there. With the incredibly original name of Heimdall.
This is like a Nord themed instant, or Nord themed thing.
No, they named him Heimdall, but spelled with a Y, and he just looks like the exact Heimdall from Marvel movies.
Yeah, it's Heimdall, Hydra, Fenrir, Odin, God King, Skolvad.
Yeah, Fenrir. Yeah, they just put a bunch of Ys in. We got a wise guy here.
Yeah.
Oh, what's his deal? Oh, the sword chases me!
Oh, yeah.
Spooky. Oh, there's lightning. Oh, shit. I had to get away from all the danger. Okay. There's a sword chasing me, and there's just like a scary dragon drive-bys happening.
Yeah,
Is the sword just wandering around? It doesn't look like it's pursuing anyone that badly.
No, it's just wandering.
Just kind of chilling.
Yep, you just kind of stay away from it.
They're just trying to introduce the idea that you'll have to think about what's going on during these fights a bit.
Yeah, I think this was like the beginning of them going like, ooh, I like the idea of people paying attention during boss fights.
Well, they're just like, well, that used to be how most boss fights were, and then they phased them all out and made them all really simple by straight up changing them in Cataclysm.
Well,
like
WoW wasn't accessible.
Dungeons used to be hard. then they're group finder dungeons. They wanted to streamline it as much as possible. But now there's a kind of an other direction thing where it's like, oh god, now we're gonna do LFG raids. We better fucking make sure people at least have to think a bit when they're playing normal dungeons, so they can be ready for that.
This guy over here crackling.
There is an aspect where like the later you get into the dungeons, the better they get, because they get more dynamic and they're full of like little interesting like encounters and whatnot. But it's also because they made that true somewhat artificially by deleting all the interesting encounters that were in the original game. Choices were made. Choices. Yep.
Yeah.
I bring you dogs.
Oh no. Not dorgs.
Infinite dorg.
Infinite dorg.
At some point, people just decide to warp that word into 500 other new words.
What, dorg?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a memeable word.
Like at some point, Stephanie came home with these like toys because they were cute. That she just like found at the dollar store or something that are called Doogie.
Oh.
They're all little dogs doing little things. Like the one that she gave me has like a sweatband and eats ramen. It's D-U-G-G-E-E. Just like 500 versions of puppers. A little Borker.
Little Borker. I like
That's
that.
just there's infinite variations.
Through great deeds of courage and valor, Persia has earned this most sacred of rights.
All right, well,
She shall ascend as one
I
of
tried bringing him over here, but no one paid attention to me.
Oh, did you gag or something?
Yep.
Well, here it comes. We'll figure it out. Ah, he has knockback. Rude. I'm trying to spellcast, dude. I have one job and you're fucking it up.
Cool. Stop casting lightning on me. Piece of garbo.
Is that?
Their kind has no true honor. No true
What?
Did I hear that voice right? Was that Winston?
I will purge them from these
Probably.
walls myself.
It's
The
not.
ritual is not yet complete.
It's not like there's some kind of. Okay, enough of that. That's a not fun move.
Slam, 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 slam. These bats don't value their lives.
Maybe that is their life. They're like Meeseeks.
Oh no. Hey, Mr. B6, look at me! Kill me! Kill me!
That's a weird.
Allow me to succumb to sweet oblivion.
What a weird life.
Yeah, you just want to like snap into existence and die 30 seconds later, and that's like
Where
bliss.
you like you snap into existence only to succeed in one thing, and then you cease existing. Yeah, I'm going
bubble
in there.
good. There's always a double check of like, is a bubble good or bubble bad? And then I realized bubble's called Eye of the Storm. Oh. I guess that tells me of bubble good.
Yeah.
Ah, he changed to neutral. Oh.
Yeah, that's Winston.
Yeah, that's definitely Winston.
That's pretty funny.
It's really clear, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's so clearly Winston. Oh.
I mean, it's a pretty noticeable voice. So
Yeah. Dude keeps busy.
The fun part for me is that I know Jeff Kaplan worked on WoW, and so I always wonder like
heroes like us. Are you
and so I wonder if he like heard voices in like in WoW and was like, I want that in my video game.
You be gorilla now, please.
Yeah, you be the gorilla guy.
Is there a trick to this one at all? We just go.
Not that I can remember. Oh.
That was far
she
away.
uses the same abilities that both people use.
Oh,
that's right.
I never saw the other guy do anything.
He cast the little sun
right,
beams on the ground.
Right, I forgot he did bullet hell.
Yeah.
I just immediately forgot. I just stood still the whole time and none of them came to me. I was like, all right, well.
It's not a great ability, but
If you're far enough away, then you might just already be in the safe spot.
oh.
I am sorry.
She did.
I have failed you.
You have failed.
Yeah. What a loser. Next time, don't be a loser.
Nah, that's the best thing to be. Myself. Ooh. We'll drink some mead.
Why is everybody faster?
Because we all have really cool stuff.
God, why did you make everyone faster than me?
Right.
Damn.
You only get one trait when you are born. And yours wasn't speed. Everyone else's was.
Everyone else's. In a world full of Sonics, the Tails is king.
I mean, well, technically, I guess Knuckles can't fly. He can only glide. So yeah, I guess it is unique enough.
Speaking of Sonic, I made a new discovery.
Uh-oh.
There are characters called Rough and Tumble. I think they're two skunk brothers of slightly different body types. Or like one's the big bruiser character, like Sonic Forces Knuckles, and the other one looks like every Sonic character basically. But what stood out to me is their character design is so reminiscent of other character designs that I realized that like fucking Pokemon, Temtem, and Sonic are all just gonna meet in the middle on their character designs. Because remember Valash from Temtem, my Crystal Badger?
Yeah.
Who we even said at the time looked like a Sonic character. Well, Rough and Tumble look like Valash, and Valash and Rough and Tumble all look like Obstagoon. They just all look like this, like they're all so similar that it's like you can't. You'd actually have to like. It might be tough if you actually quizzed people like, hey, which game do you think each of these is? Like, which one of this is a Pokemon? Which one of them is a Sonic, and which one of them is an indie game? Good luck. But also the first image I found of Rough and Tumble, one of them was dabbing and the other one was doing the circle game.
That's an interesting look.
It's a choice. But yeah, they look distractingly like Obstagoon.
Gotta disappoint fast. Why are you running from? What's even the point of Fuck me, man. Like, what's even the?
I mean, this is just a go-to, as people always try to get through these dungeons while doing as few fights as possible. But it's not a great. This seems like a pretty chaotic area compared to that mead hall from earlier.
These seem like really mundane enemies. Like they're dying really quickly.
Yeah.
Is there a threat to grabbing them and just running?
Trying to like thread the needle of this chaotic like stealth section. It's like it's fine if you're gonna try it alone, but you're with a group of 5 people, so like the idea that you're all gonna be so tight together to pull that off just seems really unlikely. It's like that. I think I explained to you the nightmare like ice mechanic that happens in the Jaina Proudmoore fight, right? Like it's like doing that where you have to all stick together so closely or you will wipe.
And this is even harder because there's no comms.
This here's a good wolf design. There's so many fucking wolves in this game. I think they redesigned the wolves every expansion.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think this is a Draenor wolf.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. We played through the other zone earlier.
Yeah, in Draenor they added like actual wolf features to the wolves.
There's like the OG like really polygonal wolves from vanilla.
I'm sorry, are we done here?
Yeah, I don't know where we're going. There was the OG like really polygonal wolves from vanilla. But then like you get to like Lich King, which is where I am on. I got those wolves on my hunter. I have one black and one white one from Lich King. They're so spiky. The Lich King ones are really gaunt and like skinny, and all of their hair is super spiky and like somewhat distressing. They're all over the place on designs. Yeah, these ones got really wolfy. Although the ones that we're seeing here look weirdly naked. Like this wolf looks like he's covered in like a bunch of just exposed skin, like his flanks don't have fur, which is odd. And that's what.
Yeah, he does look kind of shaved.
Yeah, all these wolves look shaved here. I don't remember the Draenor ones being like that. But our intro area with the garrison is specifically the ice part of Draenor.
Yeah.
Like somebody likes wolves. Here we got the Fenrir boss, which is like the most famous wolf ever. But like in Draenor, the first zone is just dedicated to like rescuing wolves over and over again. Every both the good guys and bad guys all have wolf companions for that entire zone, and there's just a full commitment to the wolf lifestyle.
To the wolf lifestyle.
Everyone keeps talking about like the people straight up are like, man, I pity people that don't have wolves and stuff like that. Like when you're just walking around in that zone, like there's such an emphasis. It's a completely wolf-centric zone. But they got lots of wolves in general. And they keep redesigning them. Why is his eye stabbed out? That's not nice.
You don't need it no more.
Has Ragnarok already begun or something? Why is he so wounded?
Yeah, haven't you seen the dragons here?
Bats.
Oh, hello, other wolf.
Hello, other wolf.
Didn't know you were here. Why are we so fast?
Odin gave us a blessing.
This is happening. They just want to fight? Like it's like, we can't wait.
I mean, they're Vikings, yeah.
Yeah. Can't wait for a big brawl. Oh, those would be Fenrir's footsteps.
Yeah.
They look like dog bowls. Just
look
placed
like bear
there.
tracks, actually.
Yeah. They don't look like they naturally fit in with the environment around them. They look like there's somebody just put a weird stencil of a footprint over the grass.
Shit.
Yes, they did. Oh, you fool. You fool.
Honestly,
you
that's
had
not
one
my fault.
job.
When I came through the portal, it just ran me through the, like into them. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
Don't run.
I'm moving at sonic speed.
I stopped when I went through the portal because I was like, I don't know what's going to be on the other side. It's spooky.
Nah. It's not spooky.
It is. You almost died.
Nah.
You were going to die.
Nah.
And we were all going to laugh at you. All going to laugh at you.
Probably. Stop thunderbolting. It's annoying. Trying to do something here, bud.
And dogs and fell hunter, dude. And then bats. There we go. The loop of summons is completeth.
One part summon, 2 parts attack, 1 part summon. Never. Oh.
Really, a lot of my casting is guided by what lights up.
Oh, like who's making a fuss and you're like, that guy has to die.
No, my buttons keep lighting up.
Oh.
I have a bunch of effects that make other things light up, and then that usually means that I get to cast it for free or like instantly or something. And so like specifically Demon Bolt, which is like my Shadow Bolt but better, and it gives you more gems and whatnot for casting, but costs twice as long and so on. So it's kind of awkward. Like that lights up periodically, and I get to cast it for free twice.
Oh, I can't go any faster.
And my dogs
I'm
also
at
get my dogs also become free periodically.
Well, apparently at max
like, oh,
speed.
Instant cast dogs.
Oh,
Achieved maximum speed.
achieved maximum speed. I do have a target. He's right there.
Battle lock, that's rude. But also don't know what that means, so I'm not gonna do anything to prevent it in the future. Haha.
Wait, you got Shadow Lock?
Yeah. King Tor, so that's supposed to be tier. Baldur, that's Baldur.
Stop, Keith. You're unveiling the mystery.
It's not even a mystery, it's explicitly based on Norse to begin with. I don't know why they're bothering to change the names.
Probably legal issues.
How? I'm pretty sure the prose Edda is in fucking common use or whatever it's called, public domain. There it goes.
Yeah, but can they profit off of it?
Yeah. That's how people make Sherlock stuff. Sherlock's in the public domain, so everyone can use Sherlock for free.
My word.
That's why several different studios all have like Sherlock shows simultaneously. You're just allowed to use Sherlock whenever you want, and it could be anything. It could be Benedict Cumberbatch, or it could be Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century.
Hey now.
Sherlock Holmes back to life. Back to life. It's elementary, my dear Watson. Sherlock Holmes. This is a stupid fucking theme song. It's noise.
I feel like that would literally be.
Watson was a robot.
That would be the worst choice. Would be to bring back Sherlock Holmes now, because all of his knowledge is outdated by like 100 years.
No, what you want is his intuition.
But his intuition's only good because he has an understanding of the world.
No,
like,
he's a genius. That means he just wins by default.
Would he intuitively know how a cell phone works and how to look for data?
When a character's around long enough, they just kind of become a god and are infinitely capable. It's the Luke Skywalker effect.
That's the thing that confuses me, is that like Sherlock Holmes and any mystery, which is like why it's the same reason why like Detective Conan ups its year to be current rather than keeping it at
bad.
It is bad.
What am I supposed to do?
Oh, you have to get behind this wall.
The wall?
Nope, I didn't make it.
Oh shit. I didn't even know it was there.
Casting a shield, but he's only pointing it at like, yeah, great.
I didn't know that existed. I was behind him, so I literally couldn't see it behind him. Drain life.
Going forward, go forward. The shield.
I straight up couldn't see it past the giant boss that was in the way. Trying to heal, but it's not doing great.
Our healer's dead, so just be aware of that.
There. Stayed alive just long enough. There we go. I got the healer back up. Whew. I was so close to dying that I had to like life leech myself back up.
No one's holding a shield up. Oh god!
What? I don't know how the shield works. What? Okay.
Everyone but you died!
I'm alive! It's me, the genius, who lived because I'm so good at not dying. Alright. I take it no one knows how to do this fight.
Is somebody gonna res me? Or am I just gonna stay dead?
I don't think anyone can res. Oh, she's back.
Oh, I think I'm gonna have to...
Oh shit. It's still going. Okay, so you talked to him to start the fight? That's good.
Yeah.
So, alright, so we just wait for the reses then. Ooh. There we go.
Thank you.
Wow, my health regen really fucking got deleted from the game, huh?
Yeah.
Like, out of combat health regen doesn't exist. I feel like
yeah,
it used
it
to exist
basically
way
just
more.
doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. Like I have to have, like I haven't eaten a food in months in this game. You expect me to have food now?
All right, bud. I'm ready. Let's fight.
It has been ages since I faced a worthy
Alright, do you know if there's a secret do this or die mechanic in this one?
Can't remember, but there probably
Vortex,
is.
that's
Don't-
probably it.
Don't stand in vortex. Woo.
Yeah, oh, it's a knife. It's a stabby vortex.
But yeah, oops. That's what I was trying to say. Is like, yeah, that's why a lot of mystery shows tend to keep their. They have to like update to the times, because otherwise, oh fuck, we need to run out of here. Run out of the circle.
Alright, this one communicates its danger pretty well.
Yeah.
Doesn't blindside me with a be here or else. What is that?
Oh shit, he's shattering spears. Yeah, careful. Go into the rune that you have.
Hello. I got the H.
And
I'm
now
a
you're
Valkyrie.
awesome.
Oh shit. Wait, has he been defeated?
Yeah.
You are truly remarkable creatures. As promised, you will have your just
Huh.
Oh yeah.
That was a quick one.
Wait, I need to get this recipe.
I am amused by the setup where you only take out like a tiny fraction of his health and he's like, oh, I'm very impressed. And then he just calls it off. No, let's keep going. I bet I can take it all.
But I could kill a god.
I could kill a god. Of war. Bloop. That soulstone really rescued that last encounter. Jesus.
Yeah, it did.
It was down to just me and the tank, and I life leeched myself all the way back to full health, so I could not just die on the spot, and then I soulstoned the healer. Little tense. I don't get to use life leech very often, so I kind of forget which one it is, and I have to double check my icons to tell which one is the one that saps life from my enemies. Like, I don't take damage. That's what my pets are for. If I wanted to be in combat, I'd play a rogue.
Unfortunately.
Instead, I look longingly at distant combat like a wistful dream.
I was gonna say, unfortunately, that is not your class.
See. I do a refresh. Nope, stream's working. Was not 100% sure. I uploaded today my first raid that I did in 10 years. I first did it was my first clear of the Lovecraft dungeon, which took a couple days.
Greetings, champion. I will never forget my life debt to you.
That was an experience. It's just me mostly just silently trying to survive. It's not really a let's play kind of situation. It's like, there's a lot of stuff.
Oh boy, oh boy.
There's a lot of stuff going on and I gotta learn every mechanic on the fly, and some of them are fucking weird. Like, there's really strange kind of neurotic behaviors encouraged by raids where somebody like strangely ends up like, we need to make a triangle formation. And everyone moving these patterns, like, it's like this really weird thing where like, it's hard to even fully explain why people are doing it. You just have to like, just flow with it.
Yeah, it feels very like weird,
Yeah.
cultish like. Like, what's going on here, guys? Why are we running in weird loops? It's like, trust me, trust me. And the one
It's
guy who's
like,
not doing it, it just dies instantly. You're like, what happened? What happened to that guy?
It's like, what's that? Is it called jazzercise or whatever? Like the like the dance exercising stuff.
Oh,
like
yeah,
the 80s,
yeah, jazzercise.
that kind of stuff. It's like just walking to a course of that and just trying to keep trying to react to everyone else around you because they just keep doing a new thing every 3 seconds and you're like, what? Except your punishment is death.
Oh no.
If you jazzercise wrong, you get kicked out of the class. And so we have to wait until the next entire session starts. Yep.
Well, I'm gonna walk fast.
Yeah, the whole thing's got stakes. You get to awkwardly sit in the corner because like they're all like on farming status, so like they're playing with their alts and they're like, whatever, this is no big deal. And so like they're probably gonna succeed regardless. But then if you die, you just get to sit out like an up to 10-minute boss fight and just watch as a corpse in the room.
And you're like, wow, this is interesting. I hope you guys don't run away from my view.
There's some weird ones. Like there's like an Anubis centaur that is a statue, and he enters phases where you have to do damage as fast as possible to break his armor, or he'll shatter it and kill everyone. But while his armor's on, which you're desperately trying to shatter as fast as possible, all damage you do is reflected back at you.
Oh.
So you need to damage him fast enough that his armor breaks without destroying the entire team by exploding on you. But you also don't want to damage so fast that the healers can't keep up with it and you die from self-damage. There's some shit going on.
How?
And there's one where, when I talk about like people standing in a triangle, it's there's a mechanic where, there's a different boss fight, but people get like electrically charged. And every like 5 to 10 seconds or whatever it is, the electric charge will jump to another party member, but it'll be whatever party member's the furthest away.
Oh.
And it gives you it does damage, but it's manageable. But it gives you a debuff where if it hits you again, it'll like do lethal damage. And so you need to, so on top of coordinating it so it bounces between different people, you have to make sure that the entire sequence of people is entirely unique people. Like every time that phase happens, like where that attack is happening and it bounces like 10 times or whatever, it has to actually hit like 10 different people, because if it ever hits the same person twice, they die. So they like put these like waypoints on the ground, which I don't remember that even being a mechanic, but I guess it is now. It's like, you know how you put like a skull over a person and stuff like that? Like you can put those on the environment.
Oh, yeah.
That's like a waypoint. So they make 2 waypoints for the people to stand in, basically. And every time you essentially like volunteer on the fly to be next and just try to like sort it out just on a whim. And it'd be like one person stands on this side and the other person stands on the other side, and then like every time like, okay, that person is charged, so you stand on the opposite symbol and then you take the charge and then you stay there until somebody else takes it from you by standing on the other symbol. You just go back and forth and back and forth. But while that's happening, there's essentially like a beach ball bouncing around, like from like in a concert.
What?
Yes. And you have to keep it in the air for the entire battle. And so
For what?
you have to keep it in the air the entire time, and every time it bounces around, it'll go up in an arc over and over again, and that arc, it arcs in this roughly the same arc, but the direction it goes in is based on the direction the person is facing when they're there to catch it when it lands. Because it's like it's slowly arcing through the air, and the place it's going to land is like this shadowy ring that's being marked, so you can tell where it's going to land. So you need to stand in that ring and face the direction that you want to go in next, so it doesn't go in like a totally fucky direction. Because if it goes off in a distant direction, then it becomes a problem where it becomes a thing where like the it'll become too far away, Because if it's too far away, then whoever's trying to bounce it will then get hit by the electric charge. So you can't make it go too far away because people have to be further away than the beach ball, basically, in order to get the electric charge thing to be like a controllable process.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got it.
You also don't want to bounce it towards the middle of the team, because if it lands on the entire team, the entire raid will take damage. Because everyone's bunched up to avoid the electric shock and make it as easy as possible to control who's the furthest away, so everyone's just standing on top of each other. So if the beach ball bounces towards the raid, then the entire raid will take the beach ball damage at once. It's just a lot. It's just a lot. And then there's another thing where two portals spawn in the back of the room, and a purple projectile and a blue projectile come out of each of them, and they're coming at the boss, and we always have to run over and DPS one of them down before it reaches the boss, and they always call out blue or purple in alternating order, and I actually don't understand why. So we kill one of them. Know why, we kill one of them, and the other one disappears, and then we go on to the next phase. And it's just, I don't know, they call out blue, you go to blue. They call out purple, you go to purple. And it's like the fights are so complicated, I often perform actions without knowing why. I just learn to follow along as best I can.
Following.
You're like, you're losing your mind. There's one that I think is fascinating, is that this is a different boss fight, but there's one where she it's like an insect lady, and she creates like 8 copies of herself across the room, but everyone can see different ones.
What?
And so you need to figure out which visions you have that are in common amongst different people, because the ones that everyone can see are the ones that are that's the one that's real. So like and of course you can't just have everyone shouting things out. So what happens is like the tanks will basically list the ones they can see until they have one that they have in common, basically. And then we all attack that one. It's fucking absurd.
There's like a brief second where everyone's just like calmly explaining, I can see this. Yeah,
the entire room's full of these clones, and I don't know what happens if you attack the wrong one, but it's something bad. There might be a timer where we have to react quickly or something, or they'll like maybe all the clones cast on something on us, or maybe blowing up the wrong.
What happens.
Maybe blowing up the wrong one does something wrong, or maybe it's just the fact that like generally raid bosses are like a race against time. So if you're fighting the wrong ones, then it's just like, oh, that's more damage and more healing and more so on that you're just having to do because you're fighting for like 20 minutes because you're doing it wrong. Maybe. There's just some nuts things. There's one of the obligatory 2 bosses that you have to DPS down in parallel. Like you're trying to make them both die at the same time.
My companion slew the witch of the wood.
WoW raids they're a bag.
Yep, there's a lot going on. The Cthulhu guy, or not Cthulhu exactly, he's more like a tentacle blob, but Inzoth is he removes you from your body into this like insanity realm, and you have to like fight your way back to your own body and stuff like that.
I think there's another boss in WoW that does that too.
Yeah, there's a fair number of mechanics where I'm just like, I just have to play along because I don't fully understand why we're doing this. Like Inzoth has some parts where they're guiding an ad around and we're attacking a bunch of weird tentacle pillars while the ad's chasing us, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna follow along.
He went easy on you, outsider.
I don't 100% know why we're doing this. And
don't know why, but we're gonna make it work.
And I was sitting there trying to read the adventure guide that's in the game that explains each boss.
Yeah. And
I would fully read it and be like, okay, I think I maybe get it. And then the real fight would start. I'm like, did I even read the right fight? It doesn't, I don't feel like this is the thing I read about just now.
Yeah, you would think the adventure guides would basically be a replacement for having to go watch a YouTube video on how to play a boss. But most of the time, it's kind of just written like a really outdated documentation for a product that you're not even looking at. It's like going to look up help on YouTube, and it's telling you how to do things in the old interface, and you're like, what? This doesn't exist anymore.
There's a lot of aspects of the adventure guide that are like context free. They're like, watch out for make sure you aegis the sheep blast, and I'm like, what are those words you're saying? And then you're like, it'd be nice if I could like highlight these words you're saying that don't make any sense, and then a tooltip would come up of like what it is. But instead I'm like, what? I don't see those words anywhere else in this page. What are you talking about? Like some other systems, like in a like Tyranny, for example, like there's other games you can play where every single weird mention of like an ability or a mechanic or whatever, it's like underlined, and if you highlight it you get another tooltip explaining what that is and so on. And you can even get like nested tooltips where you're like 3 tooltips deep of context, because like the thing that you looked at for context in the original thing itself said something that you need context for, so you just highlight that thing, and now you have like layered tooltips to explain all the different mechanics that you need to catch up on. And it's like, yes, context, thank you. Because the alternative is the WoW system sometimes, where it's just like, watch out for the sheep blast, and I'm like, the what? What are you saying? Are you okay? And then sometimes we'll beat the boss and I'm like, I don't know where the sheep blast was. Like we did it. We won. And I don't know where that mechanic was that I was supposed to watch out for. I also find that sometimes you need to read the healer guide and the tank guide, because they feature information that actually is kind of relevant to the DPS and isn't mentioned to them, or sometimes it just offers context that, because like something that is said to in the DPS part of the guide makes no sense in a vacuum, but if you read the guides for the other roles, suddenly they all add up to something. But even then, like, yeah, I'll read the entire description for all the different players and the intro description and so on, and then the fight will start and I'll be like, I have no idea what's happening. You lost me immediately. You're dying.
I am dying, and it's not good, but I will not die because I am good.
Damn.
Look at that. Success. Alright, I am light level or item level 148, so we are good.
Yep, we're already queued for that dungeon.
Cool.
We did it. God, there's one battle against a dragon where she curses random people with this thing where in a few seconds their feet, like where their feet is, there's essentially going to be like the equivalent of like a tar spill that will cause massive damage per second to anyone in it, and it stays there for the rest of the fight.
Oh.
And so everyone that gets this debuff runs to the far wall and splats there and runs out. And so you just have, and like you can't run into the previous splats, so you're slowly getting, so like this, you have this wall of darkness basically that slowly is spreading across the room, because each time they can only go to like the last available not splatted spot and drop their splat there and then run out. And so it's like encroaching darkness growing across the entire map, and you just hope you can defeat the boss before you run out of space, basically. Meanwhile, she periodically will just like do this carpet bombing across the level. She'll fly away and just like burn a third of the level, so you just have to avoid all of these hazards at once. All right.
That's not terrifying. All right, where are we going? Going up. The zone is so big.
Yeah. Now you in Legion you can pretty much get during the double XP bonus, you can basically finish the entire leveling range in one zone. You'll be done.
That's unfortunate.
I am trapped. I am trapped. I am inside this thing. There we go. That was not good.
No pity.
Not good.
Wretched shardling isn't moving.
Ugh.
Its death was neither quick nor painless, I assure you.
I wonder what the plot of the second Sonic movie is gonna be.
I mean, I don't even know what happened in the first one. I just
Nothing.
Didn't bother.
That's why I'm curious, like, what the plot of the second one's gonna be, because nothing happened.
Obviously, it's gonna be a reboot. They have to start over the entire story again.
Won't do him any good against me.
Like this, yeah, the story of it's almost impressive how the story of the first Sonic movie is literally nothing.
Yeah.
The end of the movie goes, okay, we reset the movie back to starting point. You're like, what? What?
That movie never really felt like it had much chance of being good.
Why was I here though? I mean, it could
you
have been
fell
very
for
good.
it.
It's really easy to make it good. Like
The moment there was a trailer, it was never going to be good. Because we saw the trailer and it's like, wow, this movie's horrible. This is the good stuff of the movie? This is the trailer-worthy moments? Oh no, this movie won't have a laugh in it.
You're not wrong. Oh no.
No, it's just not. It's like, I'm like, wow, it's gonna be fucking, Detective Pikachu, but somehow less funny. It's like, Detective Pikachu was like, at least like, a couple funny. Whereas like Sonic, Sonic was definitely like, wow, what if the same story, but not funny? Ever. Wow, can't wait. And I definitely knew immediately that I'm like, this is gonna be fucking garbage. And so I just didn't. I knew not to. I went and saw Birds of Prey instead, which was many funny. And then for some reason it got weirdly framed as like the antagonist to Sonic the Hedgehog. Like,
what?
Yeah, there was a period of time where there was a rivalry between Birds of Prey and Sonic, with this implication of like the real nerds versus the fake nerds winning or whatever. Is that like Sonic was like for real fans and Birds of Prey is for SJWs, and so like when one outperformed the other, it was seen as like a big victory against those people somehow. The internet's fucking weird. Like they will never, they never tire of drawing lines like that in the most arbitrary places. Like Sonic won by being like an incredibly lowest common denominator comedy. Like it was, I think that movie was probably even more lowest common denominator than Pikachu was, and that's not a good bar. Like those jokes were fucking horrible. Meow. Like I'm like, I quit immediately. It's not even the design of his face, it's the fucking, that was a joke? Oh no.
Yeah. That was about the comedic level of all those jokes.
Yes! Then it has the same actor from the fucking Rabbit movie, which was also probably garbage.
No outsider will wield
Yeah.
It was really funny seeing the comparison shots where it was the same actor sitting next to a CG character in a car. Like, it's the same movie, and that's not even Detective Pikachu. They just keep making this movie. They only know how to make one script for this kind of thing. Like,
I mean, it's probably cheaper because you can just pick up this already done script.
It's why
and
you
just fill in the blanks. Like, it's probably a template,
Yeah.
I bet. Like,
it's why you just don't want to get your fucking hopes up that they're gonna actually like, oh wow, an adaptation of that thing. No, they're just gonna make the same movie over and over again, but plug your character into it. And guess what? I get to feel the pain next, Andrew.
why?
Because right now the Sonic the Hedgehog director is slated to make a TV show about Disco Elysium.
Wow, what a fucking loss.
Yeah, fuck
Wow,
you,
holy
world.
shit.
How dare you?
Why did they... I guess they probably don't care. They're probably just like, well, here's some money, fine. I'll let you do it. Like,
Hopefully
why
it
would the
turns
Disco
into some
Elysium guys
Hopefully it somehow
let
turns
that
into
happen?
money. I'm just looking forward to the guy's book. He's writing a book that's in the universe. I'm like, yes. More of the writing, please.
Unless he lets the writing be based on the book. A novel based on the hit movie. Or the hit show.
Brought to you by the guy that made Sonic the Hedgehog. Meow.
I like the idea that every joke in his movie from now on is just with the character going meow.
Yep. Yep.
It's really confusing too, because I feel like
Have your hides.
there isn't, like, you could almost make the movie cheaper if you didn't write the script that you did.
We are blood totems.
Like, you could have
Would
made,
you let the weak overcome
you could have made
us?
this movie for so much cheaper without the necessity of, like, some small town in America and a handful of humans and all this shit. If you had just kept it in a cartoony world with just a live action Robotnik and never question it, never bring it up, don't even mention why the fuck there's only a human, you would have not had any issues. I guarantee
Just
you.
one human.
Yeah, no one would. Is that me?
It'd be like watching fucking Roger Rabbit.
Sorry, hold on a second. I don't know why I'm getting the call.
Aging Dr. Andrew. I need your help photoshopping another Excel sheet. Yeah. He's gone, everybody. He's dead. The law of bullshit dictates that this would be when the Q pops. I have to visit. Oh my god, it's the basalt column area. Oh, I can't fly here. We're here. But I've been playing Overwatch for like a year and a half now, I think, and the entire time, all the suggested videos are just telling me how the game's apocalyptically bad and gonna be dying any month now or whatever. And it's like, what a fucking depressing emotional state to just dedicate yourself to forever while playing this game, instead of just like enjoying it like I do. I like it a lot. Look guys, it's the basalt column region. This is my image gallery, but I didn't actually know how to get to it. There's so much World of Warcraft that I did some searches. I went looking for it manually because I was like, come on, World of Warcraft's been around for like 15 plus years or something. They've made so many zones for so long. They have to have made a basalt column area at least once. They're like contractually obligated to make a basalt column area. And then I found it in an image search eventually. But now I found it for real. I just stumbled into it via a portal at Mount Hyjal. If I could fly, I could get a way better view, but I can't fly here. Maybe you never can. Yeah, maybe you never can, because I can fly in the outs. Because yeah, it looks like there's a bunch of gates around here you have to unlock access to. It's some kind of subzone. Because in the outside zone that I got here from, I can fly. So I have flying in this region. Well, this is neat. They're not... Yeah, that's not how these work, though. Blizzard. You can't just clip them through each other. That's not how they work. Like, to explain how stupid this is, it would be like having the slices of pizza from a pizza clip through each other. Like, the whole thing about basalt columns is that they were one continuous pool of magma that then cracked. So they don't. So you don't want the actual columns to clip through each other because they're literally split from the same origin point. They don't grow off of each other like crystals or anything. It's like, so if you draw a pizza, and you render a pizza and it's all cut up and stuff, then you just have a bunch of separate slices of pizza that all collectively make up the original mass of one disc of pizza. This is correct. Until it stops being correct up here. But here is correct. And then it just kind of gets fucky over here. But yeah, the basalt columns should not clip through each other, and they should not look like they're growing out of the tops of the other basalt columns or whatever. They need to all their borders need to line up because they started at the same place. It's not like they grow or anything. Like, they're not like growing out of the ground or anything like a tree. They all had the same, all their tops used to be the same height. and then erosion brought them down, and that's why they're all different heights now. Is that tops they all broke off because erosion broke them down over time. A combination of chemical weathering from the rain versus physical erosion from the rain, which is like there's dissolving and whatnot, and then there's just like wind and water action if there's any ocean nearby and so on. I feel like I'll never get fully used to offensive spellcasting.
I need a target.
Like, what if combat was like bad?
Wow, hot takes from Keith. Holy
like,
shit!
Like you know all those characters
Just
you got
destroying
that,
an entire class of people.
well, it's just like there's all these characters you play as, like hunters and rogues and warriors, where you just press a button and it just fucking does it. That you play as a caster, and every single action is you like slowly charging up an ability, and then like because a lot of the game is easy-ish, a bunch of the enemies keep dying before you can even get a spell off, and then you get kicked from the raid for you get kicked from the party for having low DPS. And it's like everything dies before I can cast a spell. It's not my fault. Somewhat interested in hitting level cap because, from what I've heard, in the guild, warlocks are exceptionally rare. So having a warlock has its value. That said, I do think we've kind of missed the boat for this expansion, which shouldn't be that surprising because like the new one is like on the way. As far as like joining the raids goes and stuff, like getting much of an experience out of it, they're so far. I got a little actually. I got a story time. I had a bummer. So I was writing with the guild, and we kept recording playthroughs of the Cthulhu dungeon and whatnot. And something I noticed that's unusual, because I feel like during Breeding Crusade this wasn't the case, but now it is. Apparently, like a bunch of the bosses are optional, and you just kind of choose which ones you want to fight, basically. At least like. Maybe it's when like maybe your guild unlocks achievements, because there's all these guild achievements. So maybe when you get the guild achievement for beating the dungeon, it then becomes like, just do whatever bosses you feel like, man, or whatever. Because every time I do the Cthulhu dungeon, like I was lucky enough that my first attempt at playing it ever, I got into like a run where you got to play every single boss fight, and I uploaded a video of that. It's like, oh look, a nice complete run to look at. But every time I do runs of that dungeon now, I think we only do like 5 bosses or less, and that includes the final boss and the first boss. It's like seemingly everything else in between just isn't that necessary. And it's like, huh. But anyway, a more extreme version of that is happening with the other raid that we do, which is the one that ends with Jaina Proudmoore. And it's the attack on it's like the Zandalar raid, the one that's like it's the attack on the starting town that the Horde have in the expansion.
Okay.
And I guess it's like a full-size raid, but I didn't understand that for like months, because every single time we do it, we just fight Jaina Proudmoore over and over again. And she's the final boss of the whole raid. I guess there's like a thing that lets you skip to her, which is frustrating. So I'll probably never see that full raid, let alone any other raids, because I assume there's more than 2 raids in this expansion. But for a little bit there, where there was 2 raids per night, but at this point it's pretty much like they rapidly burst through the Cthulhu dungeon to beat the final boss really quickly, and then they teleport to the Jaina Proudmoore fight, and they just kill her, and then that's it for the night. And that's like what they do each time. And I guess the motivation, I guess it's all mechanical motivations, like they're killing N'Zoth because he drops like some kind of item that makes your cape stronger, because this expansion has like a anti-madness cape to fight against the evil madness of the Lovecraft stuff. Okay. And then Jaina Proudmoore drops a water elemental mount, which people want. So they're pretty much just getting those 2 things. So the only reason I get to fight the other bosses really is because they're trying to, they have to get to N'Zoth for the cores that they want, and so they kill everything else that's directly in the way. But a lot of the other content's actually optional, and I don't get to see it anymore. I'm a little sad about that. So I think there being much motivation for raiding is going out the window right now. So I don't know how much we'll really necessarily have like an end game prep series where we hit the level cap and then we like prepare for the end game or whatever and then join them. But presumably we could just raid with them when the new expansion comes out. And then we can even do progression raiding if we really hate ourselves enough and just hang out with people losing their minds as like 20 people try to teamwork their way through stuff that they haven't beaten before. The authentic experience.
Great. I can't figure out how to get WoW to work on OBS.
Oh, you're still not playing? Oh no.
I am still playing. I'm like playing while also trying to stream. Yeah, I don't know why the fuck it's not. God, I fucking hate.
Did just everything on your computer just break today?
No, it's fine. Everything's fine except for fucking Blizzard games, which...
Can you just do screen capture?
I tried, but then it's running the game at like 5 frames a second.
Weird.
Or not the game, but the game's running fine. It's OBS is like, no, I won't do that. And I'm like, okay.
Weird. Oh, yeah, here's the other tragic thing that happened. So I was doing videos on this stuff because I was kind of just recording as I went, just in case I ever used it. And I ended up uploading a video of us clearing all of the Azeroth dungeon. And it's like, this is my first raid in like 10 years. This is cool. It's just kind of nice to like have a record of that and have a video of it, even though it's not really like Let's Play content, because I'm not doing any commentary besides what like mandatory communications, which is basically non-existent. So it's mostly just the guildmates coordinating the thing is most of the commentary. So, but then I started recording Jaina and all of our attempts on that. So I have like weeks and weeks of us trying to beat Jaina Proudmoore, which is that big dramatic nightmare of a boss fight I described to you in detail like a few episodes ago, basically.
Yeah.
And I took 1 week off of raiding because I needed to do The Last of Us. I was in a big hurry to get the entire game done before any of the episodes went up, so people couldn't spoil the game for me and so on. And so like that week I did like nothing else besides play The Last of Us every day, all day, until it was done, which took a while because that game's long enough to demand an entire week of you when you're doing it as a full-time job. I come back and I find out that like the 1 week I was gone, they downed Jaina. So I missed the successful run, and it gets worse. It gets way worse because what happened is an exploit became publicly very well known for how to beat Jaina, and it completely neuters the entire fight, but it's super reliable and makes the entire fight like incredibly winnable. So now whenever we do Jaina, we just go in and we clear the whole thing in like 8 minutes. And so like now it's like I have all these hours of attempts against Jaina and all the drama, all this build up to like what should be like this cathartic moment for people that do watch the whole thing of like, and then we beat her. But I wasn't there, and like Marty wasn't. I checked. Marty wasn't streaming or anything like that, so there's no like footage of them beating Jaina, and I wasn't there at the time.
Damn it.
And now they're likely never, unless they patch it, they'll likely never do a legitimate downing of her again. So I can't even get like later footage. Cause I was okay with being like, okay, I missed it, but at least like I can like, you know, I can at least now that we have it, at least I can show us downing her and like what a successful attempt looks like. But now they're not gonna do the real boss fight anymore because there's a way easier way to get what they want. And I'm like, god damn it! What a fucking incredible cascade of failure to just fuck up my entire plan. She's a cool boss fight too, and the way of beating her, while kind of genius, is also incredibly disappointing to watch. Are you dying because you're AFK or dying because you're fighting?
Dying because I'm fighting.
Okay.
No, I fixed my problems.
Okay. I watched you die.
I
watched you die when you left last time.
Oh yeah. No,
I was like, oh, he's losing health. I don't think he's back. That's too bad.
The issues turned out to be because WoW was doing this stupid render scale. Because
like upscaling your render.
Yeah, where it's like I made it 4K resolution and then brought it down to 1980, so WoW looks even better, and I'm like, it's a fucking okay.
Yeah.
And that was making the game, or making
Every time I
OBS
see
freak out.
every time I see a thing do that, I always turn it off.
Yeah, it's
'Cause
very.
I'm not really convinced that it's worth the processing power to do that.
What's the passive aggressive tone for nice? It's quaint. It's a very quaint feature.
It's interesting.
Like, what a fucking waste of my processing power. What'd you find?
I need to get closer.
So you know the spider spelunking bungee cord mission that happens here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I leveled up right when I clicked on the bungee cord and descended.
Okay.
So right across the middle of my screen it said bungee cord reached level 109.
What?
Like it was either
Wait.
misreporting my name or misreporting my pet's name as bungee cord. And it announced it across the middle of the screen as part of my level up notifications.
That's fantastic. Maybe your
What-
bungee cord did level up.
Oh my god. What'll I do?
He's out here with a level 108 bungee cord.
Yeah. Heal my stupid pet. There we go. Let's see.
I think it's because the
do some
bungee cord
group
counts
finding.
as an actual mount that you're riding, or like it's an extension of you as a character, so it levels up with you.
Some weird nonsense.
It's dumb WoW hooks nonsense shit, but you know.
Yeah, I was telling Marty, like, my interests, my motivations are not aligned with the guild. I hope they patch this fight, even though it's bad news for all of you.
They won't.
Because I want this footage.
They're never, no, not especially not with the new expansion coming out soon. There's no need to.
It's brutal. Because
what's
you remember
the rush?
you remember that big nightmarish description I gave you of all the like 12 phases and all the crazy shit
Oh,
that
yeah.
happens and like all and
That
having to
sounds
stand
fantastic.
having to stand near each other and all this other stuff that's going on and having to move from place to place as a team, walking as a group and everything. Yeah, the new one, when you hit that movement phase where you have to go through the blizzard and stand close to each other and take out all of her clones one by one, what they do instead is they just don't take out her clones and they walk all the way to where the real one is, and they just have all of the melee stand in a line, and the melee just keeps getting frozen over and over again by the things that are coming out of her that freeze everyone instantly when they hit her. And everyone just keeps getting the melee out of their ice blocks by DPSing the ice blocks down so they get hatched, basically. And they just keep that going for the entire fight, and the melee just keeps tanking all of the infinite freezing projectiles. And therefore you
Holy
just
shit.
therefore you just stand there and DPS her down, and it's completely static. Nothing. It's like a normal, like, I'm leveling up my level 3500 kind of boss fight from a normal dungeon
Yeah.
where just nothing's happening.
I
You just
love that.
you just keep
That is
hitting her and keep your
fantastic.
party alive, and that's it. It's the fight becomes nothing. I'm like, oh my fucking god. Like, it's kind of ingenious, but it's also incredibly disappointing. It's like when my first time I ever beat the Vault of Glass in Destiny, we were cheesing the I think it's the first boss fight. So we found that you could stand on the far left, like floating islands, and you could use that to kind of like do something that was helpful. I don't remember the fight anymore.
I think I know what you're talking about.
But there's like platforms you could jump over on, and it like affected something about the fight.
I don't know. A part of me understands the annoyance of like going to a raid fight and not being able to actually try because there's some kind of surefire, quick way to beat it without effort. But at the same time, that's kind of funny. That's like really funny
it's
that
super
you could
funny.
just.
It's just the kind of funny that I want to like be like, haha, that was good for like a week, and then it like lives on as a YouTube video. Like, remember that time that Jaina was hilariously broken, but then you go back to having, you know, the
Yeah,
content.
WoW isn't like that.
Yeah, because if they just fix it, I mean, if they don't fix it, then it just becomes another element of WoW where you just kind of sleepwalk through it and get reward, which has been a problem for this game for a while. The raids are like the one bastion of like cool content in all of WoW, and so if they just break down and don't require, and people find ways to just cheat at them, then you're like, oh man.
Yeah, you start feeling like, well, I guess that's it.
Yeah, but I'm excited about the idea of like being in a guild, like as the new expansion comes out and stuff.
Seems to be working out so far, at least with the current rating.
Like,
so
we'll
that's
see
good.
how it goes with the Shadowlands.
Shadowlands.
Are you gonna main as a deeps?
Yeah. Always deeps.
Do you think you're gonna want to join a raiding guild? Is that your goal?
I mean, I'll probably raid when I'm high enough level. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
That's the
especially
only
during
thing to
coronavirus,
do.
I guess you're like, fuck yeah, give me anything.
Pretty much. Yeah.
You're like, I can spend a few hours twice a week hearing people speak and
Why is
humans
my-
happen.
Oh shit. That's why. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Hold on a second. I just opened up a merchant window. I was like, okay, are you gonna take my shit? Because I have like an auto sell mod, and I forgot to return that on.
Ah,
I was like,
So
wait
you're
a second.
just staring expectantly, waiting for it to happen.
Yeah, I'm like, wait a second. I'm above doing this. I don't sell my own stuff. The game does it for me. How dare?
It's too far away.
How dare?
You better get that leveling done, or we're not going to be able to get to the next expansion.
Nah, we'll be good. We'll be good.
And the next expansion is the one, the big one.
Oh, that reminds me.
We're gonna go back to wearing normal gear like weirdos. At least I think we will. I don't think I upgraded these today. Yeah, they stop at 110. We'll play the current expansion at normal speed. Like
That's it, it's over.
losers. And by normal speed, I mean double speed, because there's this is the fucking the event is still happening. I did not fully know the thrust of what was happening, because we played some of these. We played these Blood Elves for a little bit, and then kind of fell off playing WoW for a bit. Then this event happened. It's like, oh god, only 1 month of double XP. Like, we should hop in there and use that to its fullest. Here we are, like, finishing the entire leveling process because it just became permanent. Like, it went from extended to straight up permanent, where it's just like, this is just how leveling works until we revamp all of leveling when the expansion comes out. Which
Makes sense. Might as
which
well
I'll
just get
take
all your
it.
characters up to the level you want them to be, and then
Yeah.
you take away the old system, replace it with a new one. Everyone's happy.
No, I've been doing it on and off, just the whole time. Like, my hunter's almost caught up with us.
Wow.
Yep, and I have a few other alts that I leveled up here and there, but I switched to the hunter pretty hard once I unlocked the Voldenai.
How are you
And-
liking what's it called so far,
Ouch.
Hunter?
It's fine. You get to have 2 pets running around and shit. I'm dying. Ow. I'm still working on the stupid goal of my army of foxes. So on my
Oh.
rogue, I'm grinding. I'm trying to grind high mountain or high totem and dark elves or whatever they're called. Not Nightborn, maybe. Oh, is that what they're called? I'm trying to grind drow and high mountain on my rogue here and there. And then every 3 days, I need to do a daily. There's a daily quest that shows up every 3 days in the drow area, and it has a chance of dropping an item that starts a quest chain, and your reward at the end of that quest chain is a fox mount. And that's the only orange fox mount in the entire game. The only other fox in the entire game. There's one that's completely covered way too much, like a fucking transformer in armor, because he's a PvP mount. So I don't want that one. And then the other one is the blue fox mount that has wings, and you have to pay for it.
Oh.
It's in the store. I'm like, 1, it's paid only, and 2, it's not orange. I've got a thing, because I know what zone I can go to get 2 orange fox like hunter pets, and I know where I can grind to get a cosmetic orange fox pet. So it's like, I've got a plan, damn it. I've got a plan. And so to be an orange fox Voltanite character with 2 orange fox like Beastmaster pets and 1 orange fox cosmetic pet, and then an orange fox mount. And it'll be this fucked up headcanon lore that like this one fox rules over all the other ones because it has opposable thumbs and can use tools.
Oh my god. This is getting into some like concerning territory.
It's literally, this is all this work is basically just to take a funny screenshot. That's basically what this amounts to. That's the dumb, just this dumb image of this stupid idea, and I just want to pull it off. Because realistically, I won't use the fox mount that much because it doesn't fly. Although I might use it a lot in the next expansion, because you probably want to have flying at first. But it's mostly just to pull off this idea. So far on my, trying to remember, but I think because I'm just solo leveling and stuff, like, I definitely just kind of feel like I'm just pressing buttons on my hunter. Like you press the serpent attack and you press the thorny attack, and then whenever it's up you hit kill command to make your pets do a big damage, and then periodically you get other upgrades and talents and whatnot that just help reduce the cooldown or reset the cooldown of kill command over and over again, so you can keep spamming it because it's like your core ability that it's like your big numbers one. But yeah, I'm mostly just pressing buttons. I don't really think about what I'm doing as much as I did when I was a rogue.
No, you could just be like
hanging out. Yep, I fell. But being a Voldanite is neat because their abilities are fucking ridiculous. Like the Voldanite have a bag of tricks button that's kind of like the goblin ability where you just get an extra attack button that has a cooldown. You just throw something at people. So that's neat already, but that's vanilla-ish. But the crazy things they have is one ability gives them 8 additional bag slots in their backpack. So just old Voldanite have more bag slots than anybody else does forever. But the ridiculous ability is they have that camping ability. So they can just go anywhere and manually place a camp in the environment wherever they want it to be. And then they have another button that's just return to camp. So they have a second Hearthstone and they can put it anywhere.
Holy shit, that's super great.
Yeah. It's like, for example, Marty just always has his camp at like the raid at the entrance to the raid. And so he can hearth back to the main capital city of the current expansion, which itself has portals that go everywhere. But you single out like the one place that you have to visit regularly during like the grind that doesn't have convenient paths going to it, and you just put your camp there, and then you just have a button that takes you there, and then just eliminate all travel time from your playthrough from that point forward.
Handy.
That is the hot shit.
If only it was always like that.
Yep. They do keep giving us more and more tools to work with. Where's my whistle? What? This character don't have a whistle?
Everybody has a whistle.
This character doesn't have a whistle. Shit. My other character has 2 whistles. I don't even have one on this character. See. What the fuck?
Sorry, need to.
How am I supposed to get places? I couldn't figure out how to get up to this path I'm trying to reach. So I thought, oh, I'll just blow my whistle, and that'll take me to the flight people, and then I'll get there. But I don't have a whistle. The Flight Master whistle's so good, too. Because it just takes you to the closest Flight Master. Super useful information to have. Is something breaking again?
No, I'm resetting up my damage meter.
Oh. You're definitely not catching up.
Got it. Everything else is set. Yeah. Cool.
I'm about to be 110, Andrew.
Okay.
Step it up.
I'm trying.
About to leave your ass behind and just go to the new expansion without you.
No.
Why do you even need a damage meter?
To keep track and make sure I'm actually doing my fucking job, or if I'm just being a piece of shit. I don't really care how other people are doing because they're probably doing garbage, but I really care about how I'm doing.
This is all
That's how
'cause
you get
have
better.
you have the fear of underperforming in the next like group thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
You
I
have
mean,
to
I need
know.
to. Yeah.
I have
Always
an
important.
ignorance is bliss approach.
Yeah, a lot of people do because it's more fun that way, as most people put it. But I don't. Otherwise, WoW's just boring to me. What am I doing? I'm just press
For
1,
me,
2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
For me, it's just like a lot of the time, there's only so much I can do on a given character, so it's not like I can usually like pull off some crazy fucking jukes and that'll make me like get extra numbers. Like, it's not like, oh man, I'm really underperforming here. I better like get hyper aggressive as Symmetra and look at it. Oh man, look at that play I just did. It's like, you got like use your like 6 abilities that are your main things. They're all
Could.
you pressed all the ones that have cooldowns. They're all on cooldown. And,
Hunters do, like,
If
later
you-
on, hunters have a lot of stuff going on that you need to be paying attention to. Like,
Yeah.
you need to remember to throw your dots on people. You need to remember to do your aspect of the wild mixed with bestial wraith, and then get like max DPS
Wrath.
because you can. Nah, wraith.
you weirdo.
Because you can do like a
It's
nice
clearly
wombo
bestial
combo.
wrath. You're
No,
not a
wraith.
you're not a warlock.
I am
You're not.
a warlock of the mind. Because you can do a nice combo with Cobra Shot and Kill Command, where Aspect of the Wild, or wait, yeah, with Bestial Wrath, basically makes it so when you cast Cobra Shot, it automatically removes the cooldown for Kill Command, and then combined with Aspect of the Wild, you get an increase in your focus for a certain second, so you can just sit there and spam Cobra Shot, Kill Command, Cobra Shot, Kill Command, Cobra Shot, Kill Command, Cobra Shot, Kill Command. It just kills things. Beautiful. The damage.
I think I'm supposed to be more careful with like Vendetta or something, and I'm not necessarily getting all that I can out of it with my rogue. But for the most part, it's just be in attack range, avoid the many things trying to kill you because you're a melee DPS.
Yeah.
And then keep your like your dots up, because I switched to assassination, so I have my bleeds and my poisons again. So I feel like a rogue
Is assassin
again.
good for
I think it's currently
group?
the top raid spec for rogues.
Nice.
I think. But the
Wait, you're
Is
not
it-
a rogue though.
I said on my rogue in the raids.
Oh, and you're rogue. Sorry.
I don't know what the I don't know what's good for warlocks. I have to get places where it matters first. I just always play as the pet spec when I play as characters that have pets, just because it's just fun to have an army of weird shit running around you. So that's hunters, warlocks, and demon death knights.
Yeah.
I really get a kick out of death knights being able to just fucking summon an army of the dead and just keep snowballing that shit. Like, I don't know, am I using them correctly? Am I being efficient? I don't fucking know. There's 30 things on the screen. Hope something's happening.
Yup, that's
But you feel cool. It takes you back to those Diablo 2 Necromancer days.
I mean, Diablo 3 necromancers are equally as bullshit sometimes.
Oh yeah, those exist now.
Let's get a move on.
But they're not. Necromancers in Diablo 3 aren't pet heavy as much as the what's it called, are.
I haven't really played what is this? Wait, this might be the new expansion? No, it's Stormheim, okay. I was worried. It
I'll
was
go
like
to the new
it was like the war chief beckons. I'm like, wait, is this, am I leaving, or am I just doing a normal in expansion thing?
Has my time come?
My god. My shoulder's been tapped. I forget that there's necromancers now in WoW. I mean in Diablo. Because there was like a dedicated expansion just to adding pretty much just for adding them to the game.
Yeah.
Like they were like, Diablo 2, blah blah blah. And then there was Diablo 2, the Hork Beckons or whatever the fuck, I don't know. Burgley. Whatever the fuck, the Rise of the Lich King. You know, there was like an expansion at one point, which is when they also added the console versions and whatnot. But then, like, later on, they were just like, Diablo 3, the Necromancer. It was just an expansion to add the Necromancer. All they had for the whole expansion was just a new playable class. And no other, like, gameplay stuff, really, or, like, no new, like, places to go, I don't think.
I trust you are more than capable of handling whatever.
Although it sounds like new Diablo is just fucking chaos. Like it used to be that there was like a concrete campaign that you played from front to back, and then if you wanted to get really specific grinding done, you'd like replay a specific part of the campaign. Kind of like how you do a Baal run, where you would just like launch into the... You just launch Act 5 and go fight Baal over and over again, basically. And that was all you'd really do. Oh, there's a hidden salute button. There we go.
I think often about
like you would just keep replaying the same boss fight over and over again because you wanted the experience or drops or whatever. But now it sounds like there's like infinite procedurally generated content where it just keeps sending you on like rando missions to rando places, and it will keep doing that forever. And that's coupled with the fact that you now level forever because of the Paragon levels, and your numbers just go up forever. So you just play Diablo 3 infinitely, and it's like there's always something to do, but it's also kind of like a meaningless noise feels. It sounds really unappealing to me when I try to like look into that.
Sounds unappealing to
like
me.
just fucking, I'm just like, just fucking, it's okay to just beat a game and move on with your life.
No.
But like it's definitely like designed to be an infinite game now, and it's kind of terrifying to me.
Game is life.
I don't like it.
No game, no life. That's kind of the reason I never got in. I can't get myself into mobile games like on my phone. It's because all of them are commitments to your life. Where it's like, you're gonna do this forever, right? It's like, no, I just want to play a fun game on my phone when I'm taking a poop. It's like, no, you have to commit to life. Where is? Didn't I? Oh, I didn't do this yet. Give me this. Did this thing literally not work as intended? I hate you.
Your precious meters, have they broken again?
No, the meters are fine.
Bring this hero with you.
Yes, of course. Come along.
I had an auto turn in for quests. It wasn't working.
Oh, because you have like stuff that tries to like automate all of your questing experiences.
Yeah.
Until you forget how to play WoW altogether. I remember when we first started playing classic WoW, you like seemed to not even know how to play WoW anymore, because you had to like do quests yourself and stuff and find where to go. And I was like, I don't understand how this is like the bread and butter of the whole game. What happened to you? Are you okay?
Let someone else do it for me.
Someone already solved WoW 3 years ago. I just play that over and over again on a loop.
What is the...
I don't know when exactly it might happen, but we might eventually have a separate project where we do the Old Republic.
Oh boy.
Just because I broke the seal and started playing KOTOR, And so like eventually I'll probably play KOTOR 2, and then at some point I'll probably want to do a playthrough of the MMO, but that obviously like isn't the cleanest thing ever because it's an MMO. It's like depending on how the pacing goes, it might be like a huge pain in the ass. Let us in, game. Let us in. Did you accept it?
Yes. There we go.
Oh, it was
Sorry.
you.
It was me. I'm sorry.
You almost got your ass banned.
I did. But it's cool. It's cool. Oh, she's a-going.
Yep. But if we ever do get around to that, we might be able to do something creative where we can like have 2 playthroughs that mix together. I have like ambitious ideas in the back of my head. It's like this idea that you could we could both record our perspectives so that like when all of the like solo story stuff is happening, I can mix the 2 separate perspectives into one playthrough.
I do remember it was fun doing the like everyone else can do different outcomes than you.
Yeah, the voting stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's also the fact that every character is the protagonist of their own like single player campaign. And so an interesting thing for a playthrough might be to have the 2 of us play 2 different classes on the same team, and then both record us talking to like our party members and like doing our single player campaign along the way. And then I could edit those to like kind of almost like scenes of a show. Like it's like, oh, this part's from Daenerys' perspective and this part's from Ned's perspective and that kind of stuff. It would be next fucking level if I had like a full squad of 4 people that played all 4 classes on a team, and then I could show like the ultimate Old Republic fucking Let's Play where it's like all 4 separate perspectives of like interacting with their squad mates and making choices along their storyline and like having all of that narrative play out over the course of one giant nightmare playthrough. But I don't think that's exactly the kind of group that I have ready.
No.
Although
I would imagine not.
Technic? It'd be a little nuts. I might be able to mix you and Colonel. But it's hard to say who the 4th would be. That's like in the field of people who are reliably recording and all that other stuff.
Yeah, I mean thankfully it's free to play, right? So
yeah. What a nightmare that would be. And it'd be like, sure hope nobody ever loses footage over the course of the entire playthrough. Or there'll just be randomly a hole in one of the playthroughs where like story stuff never gets resolved. Or someone fucks up and forgets to record. Or who knows what other things go wrong. Oh god, what a nightmare.
Yeah, it is helpful to use people who are both familiar with recording and also definitely set a reminder before every session to be like, all right guys, click that record button because almighty.
I tried a version of this before, but what happened is some of the people in the group just were not a good fit for MMOs in general and found like the entire genre boring and quickly didn't want to actually keep going with the series. And then and there was also there's also one part of it that didn't go super hot, is that in that game, in each faction, the Force users are on one place and the non-Force users are another place in their starting zones.
Yeah.
And so they're split off and then you meet up later. And I had this idea in my head, like, oh, I'm not gonna do. I wasn't trying to do this crazy, multi-pronged, super edited, comprehensive playthrough that I'm talking about now. I figured we just all do our separate playthroughs, but people who wanted to see all the different perspectives could by watching the other people's channels. But the 2 people who were in the group that was on the opposite starting zone, neither of them uploaded any of it.
Oh.
So it was just that entire starting zone was just a void, where I think it was that I think I was a Force user, and so they were the 2 people playing like the smuggler and the soldier, I think. The 2 like gun shooty boys. And yeah, like one of them basically just wasn't a Let's Player, and the one that was a Let's Player was Bird, and he was in his phase of not really uploading much of anything all the time. So my idea was immediately dead in the water of being able to see like all the different perspectives. But yeah, well, that kind of project would be a massive pain in the ass, coordinating all that footage. And hoping to get that, and hoping that every single person's completely reliable at not only always recording their footage correctly, but also being able to like send it and everything. But it does weirdly answer the question of like, how do you record a playthrough of Old Republic? It's like, well, there is kind of a way. Just have 4 people. Just do the whole fucking thing. I was a bad boy just now. Oh wait, no, never mind.
First?
Yeah, I did. Although now that I look at him, I'm like, never mind, that wasn't a boss, I'm fine.
Oh.
I was like, oh, naughty me, I pulled, but it was just I thought it's because he was so big that for a second there I was like, oh god, I just pulled the boss. I'm gonna get crucified.
Oh lord.
But he's nothing.
It's nothing to me.
Oh, poor guy.
Bitch ass.
Somebody to somebody.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens one day or whatever.
I mean, it sounds interesting. I haven't played Old Republic in like years.
Yeah, it'd be pretty straightforward. It's just whenever we hit the parts where it's like you're at the next chapter or whatever. There's always that part where you go to like the town on the planet and there's like portal doors that only you can go through.
Yeah.
And like you go through them alone and do your story, and everyone else can at best spectate or nothing. And so in moments like that, everyone would mute their microphones and just do their solo playthroughs in parallel, and then the audience would get like the full experience basically. Because we'd all be doing our solo conversations with each of the main people and whatnot. And then whenever we're on our ship, there's like companion dialogue. And so people just have to record themselves like, you know, like reading the dialogue that they're picking and just generally just doing a single player let's play basically.
Yeah, I mean that would be...
And then we all meet up and do this basically in between. I know it's a hard idea because it's already failed before.
I mean, I think it just takes, you know, it just takes the right people, like you said.
Yeah, that's the struggle. I have a lot of questions like that to think about because, like, I think they've already announced that at some point there's going to be a Divinity Original Sin 3. So I've got to think about, like, do I want to play this one single player or do I want to play the multiplayer? Because I've played all of them multiplayer so far. And if I'm going to do it multiplayer, what's my group going to be?
Yeah, you don't really have your old group no more.
And then Wasteland 3. I need to get up to date on Wasteland 3 and how it works and whatnot, but it sounded like... You ever play Wasteland 2?
No.
In Wasteland 2, there was like a bunch of settlements, you know, like akin to like Fallout and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Where there's like a bunch of settlements that have their internal storylines happening. And in particular, there was this interesting element where in Wasteland 2, you get a binary choice of like which of these 2 places to go. Like, where do you want to go to first kind of thing.
Okay.
And I don't remember if it was clear or not, but like, you're essentially like, you're Commander Shepard and you're picking which place to go to on your pursuit of the main story and whatnot, in like the major locations you can usually go to in any order. But in this case, the story progressed in the one that you didn't go to without you being there. So it usually meant that shit got way worse there, and a lot of the characters died and stuff like that. So you get a different version of that playthrough based on which order you play the 2 zones in.
Interesting.
And I think, and from what I extrapolated from the idea of what I heard about Wasteland 3, is that it sounds like it's kind of like that, but multiplayer. By which I mean, in Wasteland 3, you can have
going to different parts.
Yeah, like specifically, they're talking about how like you can play you can play Wasteland 3 separately from each other, and like you could like be logging in on a particular day and like find out what the other person did and stuff like that. Like that's crazy. Because Divinity Original Sin was like you play as like a squad of like 2 to 4 people, and the whole gimmick is that you're all like fully fleshed out characters. Because in Divinity Original Sin 2, all four of you are the protagonist. You're like competing protagonists that are competing to be the protagonist essentially, and so you can like make choices that are against the interest of the other characters, and like you're also each playing out your individual story, kind of like in like Old Republic, but it's all existing in one place, and you cooperate during fights and so on and so forth. So it's like in that, but like in that one, like we played the whole game together because that made sense. And you just kind of would sometimes go private off and do your individual storylines separately sometimes when necessary, like I said about the Old Republic thing basically. But like the main story we were together because we generally had the same main story. But what sounds crazy about Wasteland is it seems like 2 players could play the game in parallel, and each player has their entire own separate squad of characters that is an equally valid group of like the outlaw people or whatever they're called, or like the rangers I think they're called. It's like these post-apocalyptic sheriff types basically. It's like you and like in each game you're always playing as like a group of rangers that is out to, you know, resolve the story that's happening this time. And so it sounds fucking insane, the idea that players could be playing multiple groups of rangers in the same single player world, but not single player. And essentially like, yeah, like instead of I went to one place and then the other place suffered the consequences of me not going there, it could be more like I went to one place and the other rangers went somewhere else, and so I only find out secondhand what they did to that place or whatever the hell. That's the version I built up in my head, at least. I haven't looked too closely at it yet, and I need to take a closer look because it's coming out in a few months, I think. But I'm really fucking curious how the fuck multiplayer works in that game.
That would be really crazy. I would love the idea of like a, yeah, like almost a choose your own adventure, or not choose your own adventure, but like a everyone is the main character, but no one is left behind type deal in a story. But there's not like a, yeah, like you're talking about, there's not like a city that's like, well, you weren't the main character's focus, so fuck you, I guess.
Yeah.
That sounds really cool.
It's super weird to think about. This idea that like yeah, because if I did a let's play of that, like I would essentially want to like, yeah, I gotta get both people's perspectives, and like the playthrough would essentially just change protagonists periodically, because I would show one perspective of two people would be playing the game simultaneously, essentially in 2 different locations, and so I'd have to show the 2 sequences back to back from the 2 separate perspectives, essentially, in order to get the full like experience out of all that. But it's crazy to think about. Like normally when you have co-op in an RPG, you're usually the co-op partners within one party. So at the moment I heard that you play as separate entire parties in Wasteland 3 in the multiplayer, I was like, how the fuck? You stood in the roots, you fool.
I know. The game's yelling at me for it.
Boost you out of it.
Thank you.
It sounds nuts. There's obvious, and it's risky as shit too, because like so many people could have a bad experience that way, because like they'll like complain the game's too short or something, and it's like, well, it's short because you only played half of it because you played it with a friend that did the other half of the game, essentially. Yeah. Or like if you play it with randos, for example, then you're like not communicating with the other person, so you just like, depending on how it's implemented in the game, you might not even fully like ever respect like what they did or even understand what they were doing, depending on how the information is implemented or not.
Yeah, you definitely would not play that alone. That's not
I imagine that like if it's the way I'm picturing it, I imagine there's like an in-game reputation system where like characters you'd hear like secondhand accounts from side characters what the other party did. Like, oh yeah, they just tore him to shreds. They didn't
that guy just came in here and fucked everything up.
They didn't even save the hostages.
Oh god.
They just blew the whole city up. Imagine being a separate character who isn't from the vault in Fallout 3, and just hearing about the things that the protagonist did while doing your own separate story, finding out about what happened to Megaton or this and that and stuff like that.
That does sound fun.
If it works at all, and also if they stuck with that idea, because I literally have not looked into. Like, I could be somebody who's informed about the game might be completely baffled by me right now, because I have not looked at all at Wasteland 3 in like a year or two. I just saw the initial announcement where it sounded a whole lot like you're going to play as entire separate parties in parallel with each other, which sounds ambitious as shit, and I have no idea how they'll pull it off.
I mean, MMOs can kind of do it.
I mean, MMOs do it by not having any RPG.
Well, yeah, that's true.
You just grind, and a linear story plays out in front of you, but you don't do anything. You just keep beating it like it's Mario.
Like it's Mario.
Like it's just a game. Like it's just like the rest of video games where you just beat it, and that's it. That's the primary thing you do in the story of MMOs is you beat them, and that's it. Almost none of them have choices. It's only specifically Old Republic and maybe Guild Wars 2, and I'm not really sure.
Yeah, Guild Wars 2 had a plot.
Yeah, it had a plot. It had dialogue choices and cutscenes with the voice acting, which was neat. I don't know how much anything you did mattered in that game. I didn't play it enough.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how much your contributions mattered.
Whereas I believe, at least in the original game, that Old Republic largely tries to, be a real RPG campaign with choices and consequences and characters that like and don't like you and so on in your party. Like it's because it's trying to be a microcosm of the original Old Republic games. I've also heard that apparently the story goes to shit after the first game. Like, I've heard that the expansions. Oh god, they're blowing me into takes. Ahn'Qiraj fears. I've never even played Ahn'Qiraj before, and I had the moment of like, oh god. What was I saying? I've heard from commenters that apparently, unless you're playing as the most generic person on each team, all of the expansions stories are just shit for your class. Oh, I was supposed to be running. Whoops. I let it push me too much at first. So like the Jedi Knight and the Sith Warrior, I think he's called. Like apparently, like those keep getting the most of the attention narratively, and everyone else gets like sidelined like crazy, which is definitely not what the point of that was supposed to be. Sounds like they kind of mishandled that. But I've heard that the stories are really good in the main game, at least. Like especially like on the Sith side, the Inquisitor and the Agent are supposed to have really cool storylines.
Ooh. I've been I don't know if you saw, I started playing Disco Elysium.
Yeah. I skipped to a part where you're trying to figure out pronunciations on some things, and I was like, that was a conclusion you drew.
Oh, yeah. Never seen a lot of those words before, so I was like, ooh, this is rough. I guess I'm learning vocabulary on the fly here.
Like, I was never completely confident in how I pronounced it, but you took that one fictional character's name with a J in it in a fucking direction.
With J in it?
Yeah, as far as I could tell, he's called like Dalarman. And you just went like like you really fixated on the J and you went fucking crazy with it.
Look, man, some letters are
but also
important letters.
None of the syllables that you said even reflected any of the syllables in the name. So like you just kind of like landed somewhere. I was like, what the fuck did you just say? I can't even like reverse engineer that back like from the word on the screen to draw any conclusions. He just said noises.
I did my job.
That's the
There's a lot of
it's like the in-universe like action hero protagonist name. I just went with it's like HJELLDALLERMANN, I think, or something like that. Like Helmdall from Norse mythology.
Jamal.
That's where I went with. What? You know Helmdall, the guy that guards the Rainbow Bridge?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, well, that was most of the names.
I'm saying the name you spelled sounds like. I'm saying the name you spelled out sounds like Jamal.
What?
Exactly.
That's not even. None of it spells that, even a little bit.
No, it doesn't. I don't know. Names are. I kind of gloss over names a lot of the time, and so I just read them as quickly as my brain fails to process them, which means that I often mispronounce names a lot.
He's sassing me. He's like, feed on the weak, and it latched onto me.
Oh.
I feel slighted.
That's toxic, Shade.
He's throwing mad shade at me.
Damn. Living up to his name, I guess.
Yep. You little shit.
I also really hurt myself trying to do a voice of one of the characters.
The gruff French guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the exact spot I skipped to.
Yeah, I completely
you doing that,
tarnished my voice on
voice and saying every name interestingly, and then like collapsing into the weight of the voice you did.
I was trying to mimic the voice that he originally had.
Yeah.
But he only spoke for like 2 lines, and then he was like, "All right, I'm out."
Yeah.
I was like, "Come on, man."
No, it can be rough how quickly the voice acting comes and goes sometimes.
Yeah, I was like, "You gotta commit."
I would often just completely not absorb it either, so I'd have to just make up a voice anyway. So I was like, I didn't really like record in my mind what his voice sounded like. I missed my chance to fully like incorporate the information. I'm a fool. A fool. But yeah, that's a neat game. That's a good shit. Saw you were getting places. I saw the exact moment where you were trying to. I don't think I saw necessarily when you finished it, but I saw that you were like opening your menu to see that like the breakthrough was imminent on the volumetric shit compressor.
Oh yeah.
And you had Kim with you, but you probably didn't have you probably had not inspected the corpse yet, because that perk likely means that you failed to approach it the first time. I think that's the only way to get that perk, is to throw just to like throw up and give up on dealing with that guy, basically.
Oh, I did throw up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What joy is there in this?
Yeah, I failed it twice.
What did I just do? Oh, I just restarted this stupid thing, right?
Better than me. I accidentally had.
And we have nowhere to run.
What's his face teleport me out of here?
Organize our defenses.
What have you done?
And he teleported me directly to this area of the map. So I need to hop skip over to my.
You can just quest there.
Do not question me, Nathanos. Now go.
I mean, the fastest way to get experience is just to go for those icons on the map, usually.
Of course.
Like, if you can just run around in that area and find more of those world quests, those give you faster experience than anything else does.
That is true.
Like, it was disgusting, Andrew. I was recording I actually want to be here. I'm gonna leave. Yeah, let's go to Dalaran. I was recording a Patreon Q&A, and over the course of that one Patreon Q&A, I finished the entirety of Draenor.
Wow.
Because I just ran to like the 3 or 4 like world quests that I knew about in that icy area, and then just left. I didn't go back to the garrison a single time. I didn't do any quests in the Snowy Wolf area, because I've already done that zone twice recently. Once as a warlock, and before that as my rogue. This time I just said fuck it, and I just like left that entire area, and I just did the 4 world quests real quick, then ran to the jungle area that's next to that, did its 4 world quests, then ran to the next zone and did like 1 or 2, and I had already out-leveled the entire expansion.
Well,
like, you just track those things down, and you just hit those nodes, and you just chain react out of the expansion. It's so much faster than doing real quests. Especially since you don't even have to turn them in. They complete on the spot, which is great.
I mean, it does... That makes sense, given how I do remember when I originally played, it was just a lot about, you got to do these bonus objectives. That's where, like, the good loot and the good experience is. So just, you know, just run. You're basically running all over the zone, trying to get to these objectives. Okay.
Well, you're also thinking about the fact that, like, they tried to make endgame more varied. So instead of just doing the Burning Crusade thing where you play the same 3 daily quests every single day, you instead just kind of go into the map and like randomly generated daily quests are just all over the place. And then you get, and then when you do the 4 for the emissary, you get an additional reward. And that kind of just keeps you busy in a more entertaining way day to day when that expansion is the current content. But that's different from these other world quests, because those are the world quests that you get for the emissary and everything. But there's some kind of other thing that I can only think to call world quests, but they're a whole different category, which is that, like, throughout Draenor and Legion, I don't remember if they were in Battle for Azeroth or not, but in Draenor and Legion, there are these things that are like world quests, but they're one-time permanent turn-ins. Like, there's
They're...
You're just walking around the map, and there's just this node that's like, I'll give you like 50,000 fucking experience if you do this quest. And it's like, all right, and then you just, with the moment you hit the requirement for it being done, it just goes and it fades out of existence, and it was never in your quest log in the first place.
Yeah, I forget what those are called, but I do remember those.
Yeah, we did a few of them when we first got to Heim Totem, but my big discovery was definitely when I was playing my hunter in Draenor, where I was like, okay, yeah, you could just fucking blitz out of the entire expansion if you just quickly find these and do them as fast as possible and ignore all the exclamation points.
Yeah, that's basically what it's the same method for or it's a different method besides just instance hopping.
It's faster too. It's faster than instances, especially with the double XP bonus.
Yeah, if you're playing DPS, it's definitely a lot faster. Because technically, as a tank or a healer, you can kind of get through a lot faster. Because like being a healer is a lot harder to do that on your own, more often than not. So you can kind of go by really fast with instances. Shit, my pet died. Revive. But yeah. And Draenor, thankfully, is a lot smaller than Legion, so it's really easy to get those areas. You can just like jump, like run over to them, basically. Whereas Legion, I feel like you kind of have to fly to location, which is frustrating.
That benthic gear is so garbage.
Go ahead.
They're talking about the benthic gear that I think I've mentioned a few times before, which is that there's a region in the current expansion.
Level 109. Heyo.
That you unlock it by finishing the narrative of all of the other areas, basically. It's like the story then takes you to like this Atlantis type place, and when you're in that Atlantis type place, you where are the Squall? Oh, okay. When you're in this Atlantis type place, there's a special gear type called benthic that you very, very slowly unlock. And then as you unlock it, you then get items that let you upgrade said items. And so you get to keep upgrading your gear to increase its eye level. But it's a really slow process where the cost gets exponentially higher at each step. And then all of that was just, like, I maxed out one piece of gear, only to find out that even after all that progress I made maxing it out, it was still weaker than my current gear that I had before I came there in the first place. So it's like, it made some kind of sense when it first came out. Like when it first came out, it was presumably competitive gear. But at this point, it's so old that like, you're likely to have like the daily quests and whatnot, and world quests reward you with gear that's so much better that you just can't get Benthic to be on any level that matters. It's weird. I was just confused. I was like, surely this is like I worked to get this far, and I just reached the new weird Atlantis expansion area. This must be so. This has to be important, right? Like, oh, look at this cool Benthic gear. I bet, like, it's weak now, but if I invest a lot of resources into it, it'll probably eventually get really cool. But I fully maxed it out and actually hit like a cap where you can't upgrade it anymore at all. And I'm like, this is still 30 item levels below what I had when I got here. What the fuck? And it's like, it must have only ever been useful when it first came out, whereas now there's one more island you can unlock after that island. So it's not even the newest island, and I imagine that like probably 2 raids have come out since that island was added. And so it's like now when you do daily quests, you hit various thresholds of item level where it starts rewarding you with higher and higher item level rewards at the daily quests. And so it seems like we just hit a point eventually where like the rewards are so much higher that that in the attempt to try to get you caught up via the daily quests, they've completely nullified the purpose of entire like progression systems that used to be in the game. So Benthic is entirely like a relic. It's like the equivalent of like this expansion's like class weapons.
Oh.
Where like when you get to the new area, it's immediately like, well, this is useless garbage. And so now every time you play through Legion, you see that you unlock the class weapon, because you basically have to unlock a class weapon just to move on with your life and get off of Dalaran. But then you never actually upgrade your class weapon with like all the nodes and weird shit that you used to be able to put into it, because like
I do.
Like, well, I mean like you don't go anywhere with it.
Yeah.
Because like the actual upgrade system is this massive, extensive quest chain, and like the items that upgraded are relatively rare, so you don't really make it anywhere on that tree. And so it's mostly like this hyper complicated system that you never really fully engage with because you're going to be gone before it goes anywhere. Just like the garrison. Look at the garrison, you're like, wow, there's a lot of crazy shit happening in this weird fort I made. Anyway, bye. And you can beat that. You can be done with that entire expansion in like one afternoon. And like the first quests at the garrison takes like 8 hours to complete, so you'll never see it happen. That kind of shit.
As they desperately grasp at our prized Lordaeron keep.
It's just, I'm always amazed by how quickly, in many cases, World of Warcraft content can just become a thing where there's just like, there's no use case for this. there's no one that this is for anymore, but it's still here. And I'm just like,
those are called gimmicks.
And I'm often just like, I wish they could like revamp this so it serves some kind of purpose.
No.
Like, what if the garrison was still relevant and it was like your personal base that you still had reasons to go to during current expansions instead of it being a complete dead end? Some of this will be somewhat rectified in that the new expansion is going to make it so that you just play one expansion per character besides the new one. So you'll play like the starting zone of your character, and then you'll play
either Train or Legion.
Yeah, well, any of them. For 40 levels, you'll play any expansion.
Whoa, what?
Yeah, that's the new system for Shadowlands. Is for level 1 to 10, you play your starting zone. Then from level 10 to 50, you play any expansion. You just pick one, including the original vanilla WoW. So you choose where you want to go, and then you just play one storyline for 40 levels.
Okay.
And so that means you actually get to experience like Burning Crusade or whatever from like front to back-ish, instead of like what we've been doing this playthrough, where you experience like half of one region and then you outlevel the zone. And that's admittedly because we have a double XP thing, but double is not enough to account for the fact that these are still like 8 region long zones, and we experience half of one basically. So like if we were at normal experience, we might experience like, wow, 1 or 2 zones, but there's still like 8. Like, who's ever going to play those again besides people that obsessively want to get the achievements for completing every single quest in the entire game? Like those zones don't largely serve any purpose besides obscure rep grinding for certain mounts, basically. So now it's going to be that, yeah, when you hit level 10, you'll just warp off to Draenor or Burning Crusade or Wrath of the Lich King or Cataclysm or whatever, and you will play that area's content for like 40 levels. And the leveling experience of like 1 to 60 is going to be, I think they said it's going to take about 60% or 40% as long as it does nowadays. By nowadays, I mean before they added the double XP.
That'd be nice.
So the faster leveling is going to be more or less permanent because they're squishing it down to 60 levels again, and they're going to make it so that 1 to 10 is the starting zone, 10 to 50 is one expansion that you just then experience in a more coherent way, and then 50 to 60 is just the Shadowlands expansion. So we're all going to get squished. All of our characters are going to become level 50 when the expansion comes out. All the ones that are all the ones are level 120. Whereas anyone who's in between, it will they'll math it out basically. Like, oh, you're 2/3. Well, it'd be like it's like oh, you're 2/3 of the way to 120, so that means you're 2/3 of the way to 50. Like it'll be the same fraction basically. If you simplify the fraction, you'll get your new level.
That makes sense.
Like, to make it easy, if you're although I don't know if it's based on experience total or level count, to be clear. But to make it really simple, it'd be like, oh yeah, you're level 60, which is halfway to 120, so now you're level 25 out of 50. Which is crushing a little bit to think about, because you're like, ugh. Because the part of you is like, 25 is so low. And having a level 60 be simplified down to level 25 sounds brutal a little bit, but that's just because it's just the fact that the current leveling total is brutal and how long it is. I'm kind of blown away every time I level a new character, where I'm like, wow, look at me go, I'm level 90, what a big boy. And it's like, what a high level ass character, I've made some serious progress. And then you pause for a second, you're like, oh right, I have 30 levels to go still, and they're all gonna get slower every time. Fuck. Because back when I played, was the first expansion where it went from 60 to 70, so to me, hitting level 60 still feels like a milestone that's important. So being level 90, I'm like, wow, look how far past 60 I am, and then realizing you still have 30 more levels to go because the level cap is 120. Is like every time there's like it is a relatively fast process, especially with the double XP, but I definitely have like a part where I'm taking it back for a moment and I'm like, there's like gut punches where like the wind comes out of your sails and you realize like there's still so much more to go. But it's, to some extent, that's welcome, because I'm sitting here playing it as a time waster. I already have my max level character, so everyone else is just, I'm leveling them just for the experience of leveling them or something, while I multitask and watch the shittier things on Netflix that I don't want to watch directly, like 13 Reasons Why, or I consume YouTube content.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing with Minecraft, is I'll use it to pass the time when I'm trying to, what's it called? Trying just to turn off, I guess.
Yeah. It's like, I'll use it for some documentaries, but really the big one as far as shows goes was 13 Reasons Why. Like, I wanted to know how stupid it was gonna get and how it was gonna end, because that show's such a train wreck. But that show's also so boring to watch with your eyes, because it's just people in a desaturated school.
Like desaturated school.
Because it's a sad, serious show,
shit.
Or at least it's trying to be. So like many hack shows, like The Walking Dead and whatnot, they do that by like desaturating the show. So
Yeah,
everything's like all the colors are muted because it's a sad show.
That's just brutal sounding.
And it's
when
just
you say
the
it
same.
Like that. It's like, oh,
yeah.
damn.
And it's just the same actors in the same school every episode for 4 seasons. It's a lot.
Yeah, it turns out that life is actually very mundane.
Yeah. But the show just kept getting dumber, so it's very funny being able to talk about it and knowing what they did with that show. So like it was worth the journey. That show is an incredible train wreck.
Have you ever seen the show Gilmore Girls?
No.
Okay. There was a time where I watched that show, or like my mom and sister would watch that show religiously, and I would watch that with them before I watched a show that came after it, and I can't remember what it was. I think it was like 24 or something. Because me and my mom used to
character.
Well, like me and my mom used to watch 24, and then before that, I would sit and like eat dinner, and because I don't want to eat dinner while watching 24. That's like I gotta pay attention.
I've got to be in my correct position, like leaning forward. Intently.
Yeah, like I gotta lean forward. I gotta get ready to yell when it's like, you know, Jack's about to kill a guy. It's like, get him in the fucking neck. And like, I love 24. It was great. It was like the bottom of the barrel of stupid action. But it was so fun.
Every single character gets killed, basically, including the president like 6 times.
Yeah. At least that show was semi-forward thinking. It had the first, the show had a first black president 4 years before Obama was elected.
And then killed him to death.
They did assassinate him.
And then I think it brought him back and then killed him again.
No, he wasn't brought back. That was the Nixon stand-in, I think. I believe he was the one, or no, that was his brother. His brother pretended to get killed, and then his brother came back, being like, I didn't die, and I was like, oh shit.
Pretended to get killed.
Yeah, it was like a CIA cover or something like that. You know how it is.
It's my evil twin brother. Grr.
No, he was just gone. People just assumed he's dead. They did like a whole funeral, shoot.
That
like,
show
rifles.
feels like a soap. It sounds like a soap opera, but with murder.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just a soap opera for men.
Like it's just barely held together by duct tape plot, and it's just an excuse to kill every single character.
Oh yeah, I honestly, I did not. At no point do I question that at all. It's definitely just a really creepily patriotic over dramatization of what America believes happens with like, alphabet agencies. Where it's like, what happens at the CIA? And it's like probably undercover action sequences and bombs and saving the world. It's like, no, they just like did a bunch of paperwork and found out this guy was doing bad shit, so they extorted him for money and then made him give up his position, but with like explosions.
And he's one of those exhausting characters that's like, I'm above the law is just between me and justice. So he's like breaking every single Geneva Convention and torturing people and doing horrible things.
Oh yeah.
And you're supposed to think he's the good guy.
He's not a hero. He's not a hero in any sense of reality, but he's definitely a hero in the
universe of 24.
In the universe of 24.
Because it's a universe that's designed from the ground up to prove him right every time.
Yeah, though he does. I mean, to its credit, it does punish him a lot for his actions. There's one point where he just
not as much as it punishes every other character that I've ever had.
No, but there are points where it literally, like, he had to go serve time in jail at China for killing an ambassador.
But only for 24 hours.
Nope, he was there for like a couple of years. And they were not kind to him. But he came back, and like the first thing that happened when he came back is obviously someone kidnapped him, and because want to get revenge or whatever. And he literally like rips their jugular out with his teeth. Like he bites their neck and rips their jugular out. I was like, what is happening? This is not even like trying anymore. This is seriously cartoonish. And it's like, I'm all for it. Let's go. This is great.
I think there's some YouTube video I watched that was just like the the many deaths of 24.
Every kill? Yeah. Oh. There is a video of every kill that Jack Bauer has done. There's like a every Jack Bauer kill video, and it's like 30 minutes long.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't just a compilation video. It was like a video essay about 24 and discussing all the ways that people die, and also specifically what kinds of people die. But it's also like every family member of Jack Bauer, and then the replacement family members of Jack Bauer, and also the president, and also himself. Like, it's just like looping and looping and looping, and like nobody is safe in this world. Like, who gets killed by Jack Bauer? And it's like not just who dies in the show, but who specifically gets killed by him. And it's like he kills his own partners, he kills his own president, he kills his wife probably. Like, he just like, I don't remember the details exactly, but it was yeah, like he just
killed his first wife.
Every named character gets killed, and not just by anyone, but like by him. Like, it's not even like 24 style. It's like, I mean, Taken style. We're like, oh no, bad things happen to Bauer. It's like, no, Bauer kills everyone. Everyone's a secret agent betraying Bauer, including his closest family members.
Yeah, yeah.
What a dumb show. It's incredible.
I think you mean perfect show. I don't know. But I remember watching Gilmore Girls, and I was really confused because everyone talked so fucking fast in that show. Like, everyone talked in a level as if they knew exactly what the person was already gonna say type of level. And it bothered me. Like, I continually complained about it every week, where I was like, why the fuck how does she think that fast? How does she have such a fucking witty comeback?
How did she think that fast?
There was literally a guy who was like, okay, I don't have coffee. She's like, how do you not have coffee? I don't know what I'm gonna do. I know, but the tone, the way that they edited the show to have them speak in that manner was so jarring to me, where I was like, I can't even keep up as an audience member with the train of thought. Like, are they reacting? How did they react? Because they had to reply in less than 30 seconds. Like, the moment someone says something, they literally have to have an entire paragraph of answer. And it's like, how the fuck? What? Am I dumb? Am I a dumbass? Do I not reply faster than other people? And I was like started watching other people and be like, okay, no one replies this, no one talks this fast. This is television fast. Okay, got it. But there was like a moment where I seriously doubted myself of like thinking I was stupid because I couldn't speak as fast as these people on television. I was like, how the fuck are they, like, how are they doing this?
They're speaking television fast.
It was seriously, look up any clip from Gilmore Girls and it's absurd how fast and witty these people are. It's like just it's unnatural to an uncomfortable degree. Like, there is typical over-the-topness replies where it's like, how could you? And then there's like, okay, I'm gonna give you a 4-point thesis on exactly why that was a rude thing to say to me in less than 3 seconds flat. We're like, what? Did I just take a lecture seminar? What the fuck happened here?
It's called art, Andrew.
I guess, sure, you could call it art. You could also call it an insult to all things television, but most people call it art. It's fantastic. There's a lot of interesting things on television. Boy howdy.
Boy howdy.
Boy howdy. I feel like the golden age of television is over though, because now it's made for people that aren't me.
Damn.
So,
that's a
well,
take.
it is. I mean, television's made for the young, more than it's made for, well, except for like, you know, shitty soap operas and shows that I'm not the target demographic for. But the majority of newer shows feel like they're made for an audience that's not me ever. Like, I don't know. Everything just feels, maybe I'm just getting more bitter as time goes by. I just feel like everyone's kind of fucking, I don't know. I can't relate to any of them. It's weird. Like, at least I can, there are empathy. I can pretend to empathize with certain characters because, like, yeah, I know somebody who's had that situation, sure. But like, I feel like most television now is. Why are you here? And what, Dalaran?
You're not leveling right.
No, I was doing quests. I had to do my leatherworking quests. So
I'm like, level better. I'm here because I'm going to Orgrimmar. Because I'm done with this expansion. I'm just gonna go wait in town.
Oh, no.
Probably play my hunter while I wait for you to catch up.
What level are you?
I've been 110 for a while.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm halfway to 110.
Yep, I'll be right back.
Bilgewater is loving me. All right, time to be Thunderbluff. Uh-oh. I don't know where...
Time to be
Well.
Thunderbluff?
Yeah, I don't know where my thing is, but oh well.
What does that mean?
The tunic. Or tabard, sorry.
Oh, like just to switch to a tabard?
Yeah.
I was gonna say that doesn't matter too often because it only applies when we're in a dungeon. How am I doing on Bilgewater?
Well, we're doing
We're
dungeons.
getting up there. Yeah. Have I?
How much I currently
I can't remember. Have I explained to you how fucking stupid 13 Reasons Why is?
Yes. I do believe we had a conversation about its stupidity prior.
Jesus fucking Christ! I can't.
But
I can't believe that show.
I'm actually surprised it had a sequel because that seems...
It had 4 seasons.
Wait, what? It has 4 seasons?
Yes.
How many fucking reasons is that? Wait a second.
That's way too many reasons.
That's way too many reasons. I'm starting to feel like maybe you're making up some reasons here. Is it like, is the book longer?
No.
Wait, they're just off the rails?
Yes. It's
What the
incredible.
Fuck?
So the first season was a remake of the book, and then the rest just fucking made shit up for 3 more seasons, and the desperation is fucking palpable the entire time. And the first season wasn't even particularly good either.
Isn't this a Netflix show?
Yeah.
What? Okay.
It got 4
Normally
seasons.
Netflix just doesn't give a shit about things past season 2. Why are they caring that much about this?
Well, it's from back when they used to have longer shows in general too, but it's also like, I think it was one of their most popular shows.
That's unfortunate.
While also being one of their most controversial shows because it was like provably
Glor-
linked to increased actual suicide. It's like
that usually
distressing.
happens when you,
Yeah.
you know, glamorize it.
Yeah, because they were. I'm gonna switch to my hunter until you're 110, I think. Because yeah, like the whole show is, it sets up these characters. It sets up this one character that killed themselves, and then they leave tapes for the 13 reasons why they killed themselves, and each of the 13 reasons is a person, and it's a 13 episode season. So because that's the standard episode duration for a lot of shows. So what they would do is every episode would be like a character-centric episode fixating on a specific member of like the high school and like this backstory of what their relationship was with the person who committed suicide, and they'd be basically them narrating like in incredibly
So you're wondering how my
vague-
friend died.
Well, it's like, well, no, it'd be like it'd be the tape. The narration would be the tape itself, and all of the tapes are voiced in the most infuriating way, where they speak in incredibly vague terms, where every single statement is designed to be like the next stage of yet another mystery over and over again, because
Wait, then the person who killed themselves?
yes, she had a flair for like pacing and the dramatic apparently, because I can't remember her name anymore, but the girl
Sorry,
who
you
killed
can't remember her name? Isn't she a main
No.
character in the fucking show?
I mean, she's dead the whole time.
That's fair. That's okay. You got me there.
But she, I just don't remember her name anymore. But like she narrates every single episode, and it's like all these vague things where she can't give away what's gonna happen next. So she's just kind of like vaguely kind of adding to the scene a little bit, but not actually explicitly spelling much out or giving away what's about to happen, because you have to watch this story play out over the course of 40 minutes every episode.
Holy
And so
shit.
she's mostly just reminding you that she's there constantly.
Well, she's not. She's dead.
And then most of the episodes like end with like basically like the final reveal of like the kind of fucked up thing that one person did that isn't really the real reason she killed herself, but it's like it all kind of contributes or something, maybe, because like it's kind of having to continually paint this vague idea that like these many people all kind of contributed to like her killing herself eventually. So it's like it's kind of guilting every individual person one by one and working its way through the thing. Meanwhile, in universe, everybody who listens, like everyone who's on the tapes, there's only one set of tapes. I think there's two sets of tapes, but what happens? There's a set of tapes that's going through the people, and the tapes have like an order, and you're supposed to listen to them all in order, and then you give them to the next person on the tapes, and so they're all listening to the tapes each time.
Oh wait, hold up a minute.
It's like all the people that are on the tapes are all listening to the tapes.
So what?
Yeah. It's a lot to take in.
When did this take place? Like time-wise speaking, like era. What era is this taking place in?
Time is money, friend.
Now.
And she's using fucking tapes?
Yeah, she's using cassette tapes and a cassette player.
Why?
Like canonically, it is like a thing of like they're like I need these tapes. Like we need to use like the one tape player that's around to play these tapes.
Why is she using? Okay, first off, why is she using? Okay, wait. First off, did nobody? Who found the tapes?
It's all being curated by somebody that she trusted to like run the whole thing.
That assumes we're going to make it back.
Shadow Master, who's like, the tape shall be delivered on your behalf. Like, what the fuck?
Like all these characters find out that they're on the tapes, and they have to listen to these big things, and it's like, and it's usually like it's like 40 minutes of build up to then finally getting the payoff of like, oh, here's the dick thing they did. And on some level, it's like I can kind of respect this show on the first season of being like, okay, it's like here's all the ways that. Here's this semi-elaborate development of like the relationship between these two characters, which is the person who commits suicide and whoever the episode's about. And here's the subtle way that they kind of betrayed them in high school in a way that like people are constantly cruel in high school, whether they mean to or not to be, or they don't mean to. But here's the issue. A lot of these people, like, the worst thing they did was, like, leave a mean note or something, or, like, don't be there for her at a certain time or something. But one of them raped her.
Yo, wait, what?
Like,
that's a literal crime?
It's like, by the time you finish the season, you're like, I feel like there's one or two reasons why. I feel like you're really disservicing all the other reasons by grouping them up with the rapist. And it's like, I think there was one other really bad one maybe, but like everyone else, it's super iffy. And when the protagonist gets to his tape at the end of the season, because he's the last one, it's like everyone keeps fucking mad dogging him about the bad thing he did. It's like, oh yeah, you're judging me for what's on my tape. Well, wait till you get to yours, kind of stuff. Is what the people who already listen to the tapes tend to speak like. And then you get to his tape, and he's just kind of innocent of all crimes. Like she kind of just admits
it like to be in the room with that guy.
They just kind of
like, well, I left a mean note for her, and he's like, yeah, I raped a girl. It's like, what? Sir, that's a little fucking crime.
Like the protagonist Clay basically just gets off. Like people were weirdly guilting him like he was super horrible and everything, but like he gets to the end of the season and he kind of gets off scot-free. Like it's like you kind of find out like he kind of didn't do that much of anything really. He just existed adjacent to a person who committed suicide and maybe didn't perfectly stop it or something. Like it's like if I remember correctly, she basically even is admitting that he kind of doesn't deserve to be here. I'm like, well then why did you do that, you horrible person?
What the fuck?
It's like, one, you committed suicide out of like a weird gambit for revenge, which is like already the fucked up part of the show. That's like the part that glamorizes suicide and has led to people actually killing themselves. But like, then there's the weird dick move of like she's taking this like revenge motive against all these different people with her suicide, and one of the people, which is the last person on the tape, so they have to listen to all the tapes. They're the last person to listen to the tape, and they have to get to through all these, featuring all these horrible crimes people did, one of which features a rapist. And then the final tape is, they finally find out why they're on the tapes, and it's like, oh yeah, whatever. It's like nothing, especially like compared to anything that came before. It's like it's nothing. It's like, what a weird like emotionally abusive, horrible thing to do to this person that's the 13th tape. Like, why would you do this? What the fuck is this character? But beyond the beyond all that like the structural bullshit and like the, you know, the actual suicide background to it all, season 1 is like kind of watchable. It's like these people, it's like, oh, just watch all these people be addicted to this one girl basically, but like a lot of them are like complex, sympathetic characters that you can kind of see why they would do what they did, and what they did wasn't necessarily out of malice and so on and so forth. Whereas of course there's then you just get to the rapist, and obviously that's different. But like a bunch of the characters are just like people that just kind of turned on her in various ways and whatnot.
So
but,
do they?
But here's where it gets fucking stupid: is that the fucking like then they run out of book. The show's really successful, so they're like, shit, how do we make a second season? And so they did the most obvious fucking hackneyed thing possible, which is that they find a second box of 13 tapes.
What?
There's 13 more reasons why. So
she recorded more tapes?
Yes, that are like a secret loot box or some bullshit. And it's like another tape around each of the previous people. Like, it's all the same 13 people again. So it's extra confusing.
Sean's side B? Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
like there's a B side essentially. And what's so fucking stupid about this entire storyline is that, like, what they're trying to be, so like, on paper I get what they were going for, which is that they want to take all these characters and add to the story of each individual character that they covered last time. And they're doing that by adding like a next nuanced layer of like, oh yeah, well, what if you find out like she actually was like dating Zach, and they shared a nice summer together, and they did all these things, but then also he did this dick thing, and like all this like extra detail to the story. The problem is,
I still feel like none of this is gonna get worse than the rape thing.
Yeah, that's that exactly. But also like the core problem here is like, one, there's no universe where it makes any sense for there to be like a secret second set of tapes in the first place. But it's also like, on a regular basis, because it wasn't planned out in advance, a lot of these things that are supposed to be developing the story and like adding in extra nuance and detail to what was established last season, a lot of it just contradicts it and like makes massive plot holes. And straight up, like, when people go back and watch the first season after the second one, they're like, wait a minute, second season doesn't make any sense. Half the stuff they said breaks the story and doesn't work and can't have happened. But that was their really desperate season. Oh, Hannah Baker, that's her name. Her name's Hannah. At this point, they're like, Hannah's moving on with her life. She's got a career to have, and she's sick of playing a weird ghost for multiple seasons of a suicide show that everyone probably gets mad at her for because it's the one that glorifies suicide. So the show then moves beyond Hannah, and this is where things get fucking confusing. Hannah stopped showing up on the show because she kept showing up as a ghost in the first 2 seasons.
Wait, hold up a minute. She showed up as a literal ghost, or like someone's figment of their imagination?
Not a literal ghost, yeah. But the first season, it's like a bunch of flashbacks. The second season, they're doing flashbacks again, but also Clay is losing grip with reality and starts seeing her in real life.
Wow,
but
how
like
convenient.
So he's like imagining her, and for a while there he keeps just seeing her like just staring at him and not responding to him, and doesn't know what to do about that. So like he's being like tormented by her, which really highlights the emotional abuse that she did in the first season. But
has he tried going to a therapist?
Like, I don't think the show's self-aware about this enough, but like, it really does.
Thing that maybe the main character should have done
like,
instead of killing herself.
Yeah.
Like, you have an option to push a good narrative, and you go with the, oh, this guy's crazy angle because he's seeing a dead girl. Great.
Yeah. I don't think the show does it on purpose necessarily. It doesn't necessarily think about it, but
that's on purpose. Well, no, they don't think about it.
I'm trying to say a thing, but you keep cutting me off.
Oh, sorry.
I'm saying, like, I don't think they necessarily intended it necessarily, but like they very much accidentally stumble into this storyline where like the fact that he's losing his mind at this point is just highlighting how abusive and garbage it was that he was on these tapes in the first place when he didn't do anything really to her. Like,
this is the guy who didn't do anything?
Yes, because he's the protagonist of the whole show. He's the point of view character that's like the most protagonist of all of them. He's the final tape guy. He's the
Is
guy
season
from.
one-
Did you ever watch that show where they try to rob a blind man called Don't Breathe?
No, but I've heard of it.
Because he's the protagonist of that too. Like he's in a few different movies. That's a good movie, by the way. That's a fun one.
Yeah, I heard about that being pretty good.
But the he's like losing touch with reality and shutting down, all because he was on a tape that he shouldn't have been on in the first place, basically. And it's like, this is like, she straight up is ruining his life. Like, what a piece of shit character. But yeah, it's like he's hallucinating her around and whatnot throughout season 2, and he definitely needs help for a variety of reasons. But in season 3, they drop Hannah completely because they can't do they can't do a third season of like tapes again or whatever. But the shows keep succeeding, so they have to figure out what to do and how to make the show keep going. And one thing that they did to raise the stakes again is that at the end of season 2, they had another character get raped and then try to do a school shooting, and it's like, wow, what a fucking what a very tone sensitive show that handles these materials very carefully and isn't tone deaf and insane at all.
Could you imagine
the
guy who fucking walks into the room is like, okay, hear me out. So people didn't like the suicide thing. Better idea, school shootings. People love school shootings. They do them like every fucking month. Let's do a story about those. And people are like, yeah, that's good. Good idea. Let's do a whole season.
On some level, it's like, I'm like, okay, the show is like, it's slightly neat that they tried to tackle like difficult issues, but they really should have tackled like one difficult issue and been really careful and research filled about that approach. Instead, they just dive into every difficult issue and like they just handle every single one of them.
I was gonna say, it seems more like
the show is incredible. Like it's the funniest. It's the funniest show about suicide and school shootings you'll ever see. Like it's fucked up. It sounds fucked up saying that, but like it's impossible not to find the show funny at some point. Like it's so self-serious and dives headfirst into every single offensive topic that you'd be worried about handling correctly, and just consistently handles all of them wrong. Like it's amazing. Like you're describing
like 21 Jump Street.
It's like it ends up somehow being like worse than South Park at being South Park. Like at being like just diving into all these things and not really being responsible about how you handle the messaging and everything, but like as a self-serious drama that thinks it's helping people and it's just not. So all throughout season 3, they're trying to cover up the school shooting because this one person this person like bought up a bunch of rifles and whatnot, was about to shoot up a school, but it was like their friend that got raped, so they're trying to because at the end of the season that like Clay was able to talk him down and stop him from doing it, but there's like too much evidence that it almost happened, and so like they're like afraid that he's gonna get caught for it. But at the same time, they're also like chaperoning him everywhere. Like at all times, they're taking turns watching him. People are just with him at all times because they're still also kind of afraid that he might like do something like that and again. And it's like, wow, you guys really should be seeking professional help about this.
I was gonna say, just, like, this again is another fucking good time.
Student militia for watching this like potential murderer. It's a lot to take in.
To a fucking therapist. Does this town not have a single fucking shrink? What in the fuck? He was literally raped and then was gonna commit murder. Maybe go to a fucking therapist. Like, what? How the fuck?
The entire school
oh my God.
just has a lot to process, but it's also like
I'm gonna be real with you. So far, I'm kind of thinking the school deserves it. Like, what the fuck? The school just continually abuses its students, refuses to give them any options for help, and then expects a good outcome in the end when they all fucking force their own opinions on a person who is clearly mentally unstable. Like, what the fuck?
At some point, well, like there's a thing where like the show itself, like, is handling the thing so poorly that like you can't view any of these characters as people, and it's hard to even think about the idea of like, oh man, how would you handle this if this was real life, and like what is there to be learned from this content? And it's more like
nothing.
It's more like instead like, wow, this is just a story about people who are cursed in the fact that they are in a show. They're cursed by the fact that they are the protagonists of this show. So completely insane things are going to happen every 5 minutes, like attempted murder and so on, in a fucking high school because they're cursed on like by the fact that they're like season 3 of a Netflix show that just needs to that's just running on the fumes of what was originally already a bad idea.
I'm 110 now.
It's just. Yeah, so I'm finishing the Legion intro thing before so I can leave. But you need to get to Orgrimmar anyway too. The
oh, okay.
Because that's where you start the next expansion, is you go to talk to Sylvanas. So I logged out right in front of that. I'm currently doing the giant lava pool fight, and that happens at the beginning of Legion, where you see the Alliance across the pond and whatnot. But so they need to come up with a new thing where they could interrogate at characters one by one again and have character-centric episodes, but they couldn't do the 13 Reasons Why again. So this time what they do is that between seasons, Bryce Walker, the rapist, dies, and it's a murder mystery. Okay. The whole season's a murder mystery of who killed the rapist. And the most
Who
fucking
cares? Good riddance. Fuck this guy.
That's the thing is, here's where the most baffling choice of the entire show comes up, which is that the season really leans heavy into trying to make the rapist sympathetic. Because
writing this show,
because it used to be every single character's interactions with Hannah, but now it's because it's suspecting them all of murder. It's every single character's interactions with Bryce, and so Bryce is in every single episode almost as much as Clay at this point, the main character, and he's the rapist. And like, because it always has to do that like both sides kind of shit where it's like, oh, actually this character's nuanced and interesting and he's gonna surprise you in these ways. They keep,
is he? Because he committed a rape.
Yeah, like they keep doing stuff where every single episode is trying to make Bryce sympathetic, and it's like the most fucking bizarre choice a show has made in a long time. Is like a 13 episode weird attempted redemption story for like the rapist that led to somebody committing suicide and the premise of the show. And like I don't know why this is happening. And then they also try to add sympathy to the other rapist because there's 2 rapists that play now, and it's like I swear to God. It's like the other
really
rapist
bad for
is
like the author who must be having just like a hell of a time trying to disconnect this from her own creation.
Like the other rapist is like oh, see, like he's a closeted gay guy and his father abuses him and like all these other things are going on, and it's like all right, cut it.
We have to.
But also like the way the reveals are handled are fucking hilarious, because like a bunch of people are just fucking dead ends that mean nothing. Like, you know, like until now, this is the first season that's properly like a mystery, like in the proper sense. So that ruins the structure of the show, because every episode is about one character and you're counting your way down the list, and it's like, well, the fucking last person on the list is going to be the killer then. Like you know, like it's not a list you know in advance, but like if you're on like episode 5 out of 13, you're pretty confident you're not currently watching the episode about the killer, because then what will the rest of the show be about if they reveal that he's the killer in like episode 4 or whatever? Then you'll be like, well, obviously not that guy. So like you're just waiting for this, you're basically just waiting for the show to just spin its wheels. But then they pull this nonsense where like there's somebody who admits to the murder, and they didn't murder him, they just think they did, because they beat the shit out of him. It's like he just beat the shit out of Bryce on a dock somewhere and broke his leg and left him, and just assumed that he died as a result. But
what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like some Mortal Kombat shit. Like he broke his leg and left him on the dock to die, but he died of a gunshot wound, so that he couldn't have been the killer. So he's literally in the police station admitting to murder, and then finding out that he couldn't have been the murderer, and so on. It's just a mess.
Officer, my hands, they're guns. I shot him with these fists through the heart.
And the guy who killed him is like encountered him being all wounded and shit, and it's helping pick him up the way that like a decent person might do, just because, you know, this poor guy's fucked. He's just like dying on the floor and shit. I'll help this guy out. Then as he's picking him up, he's like, wait,
To Ogmar.
everybody in my life's life is worse because of you. You ruined everybody. And then he shoves him in the water to drown.
Wait, sorry, who does he do this to?
Like the rapist. It's like he shows up and he's like, oh man, he's hurt, I should help him. And then like while he's picking him up, he has this realization that this person is responsible for everything that's gone wrong in his life for the last few years. And because they couldn't make it ambiguous or implied, they have this realization explained by him literally saying it out loud. And then he pushes him in the water to drown. And that's like how the character goes out or whatever. And I'm like, this is the fucking ending of the entire fucking show, is like a non-planned sort of incidental murder of the character by somebody who changed their mind mid-action and decided to do a murder like on the fly.
It sounds so pretty on brand for this show, honestly.
It's so much to take in sometimes, man.
This whole thing sounds kind of like a off-the-cuff, like we didn't plan it through bullshit.
Yeah. It's like, who had the motive? Who could have done it? It's like, oh, it's that guy. It was so bad that,
I don't know, Scooby-Doo, who could have fucking done it?
It was so bad that when I watched season 4, I had to remind myself by looking it up online who killed Bryce last season, because the answer was so unsatisfying to the narrative and whatnot that, like, I just forgot.
Your brain didn't retain it?
Yeah, I literally forgot who the person was that killed Bryce last season, when it's the entire crux of the story of the entire season. I just outright forgot because it
Good sign.
It just wasn't, like, the answer wasn't, it didn't all come together and be like, wow, yeah, it all makes sense now. It had to be that guy. Because of the thing with the stuff. Like, no.
No.
There's nothing.
Where's the portal to Orgrimmar?
If you're coming out of the Flight Master area, it's to your right. You kind of go like down some stairs into like this open clearing. You can also ask guards.
I asked the guards and they didn't give me the option to ask where a portal was.
Ask guards gooder. And if you just come right, like hang a right out of the flight path area, you should end up in the right place.
Okay, so I took a right and go into the Horde area?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just there. Where is it at? Oh, is this it? Behind this fucking waterfall? Hidden in the middle?
Yeah, it's like kind of in a weird spot.
God fucking damn it, WoW. Just put your... Never mind.
Come to me. Come to me.
I'm here. Alright, where's the lady? Where we gotta go? Speak.
Weirdly, season 4 is the best part of the show.
Wait, what? Didn't you just... Isn't season 4 the murder mystery?
No, it's season 3.
Oh. What's season 4 about?
Because what happens is the other rapist goes to jail at the end of season 3. And so they frame him for the murder of Bryce. And then it's like, aha, that all cleans itself up. And then the other rapist dies off camera in jail. Like, he dies off camera because like prisoners found out what he did and killed him, presumably, because there's that rumor that people that do stuff with kids and whatnot like don't get treated well in prison.
Wait,
and,
the guy that
and
raped
basically
her was a
everyone
kid?
everyone on the show is a kid because they're in high school.
Then what? Okay.
It's a lot to take in.
Just gonna let that slide there.
So the entirety of season 4, is them trying to cover up the fact that they framed Bryce for that they framed the other guy for Bryce's murder, essentially, and like there's all these like leaks that it might come out and whatnot. But at that point, most entertainingly, like that's the season that goes completely and utterly fucking off the rails and loses all sense altogether, and loses like the show just loses.
After season 3, I'm thinking it can only get up from here, right?
The show just completely loses its mind. Are you ready to go to the Undercity?
I am.
Doof. Let's get in
Yeah,
there.
join
You're
the
cute
queue
for too many
for-
instances. What does that mean? Ba-na-bum. We're gonna be the only people there.
Nope.
Oh my god,
There's
third person.
There will be one other person.
Oh my god, a fourth person.
I haven't.
These are not very big groups though. When I did it on my rogue, I was like, wow, there's one Tor in here. Exciting. Really undersells the scale of the war when there's one other player around. This is war. War with 2 players in it.
War never changes. Oh. I haven't actually done this yet. This is my first time.
But no, season 4 was basically, instead of having a hyper ridiculous framing device that is the backbone to everything like they did the last 3 seasons, they instead just kind of do a thing where they're just trying to resolve the storylines of every remaining character. And it's only 10 episodes, so it's not as drawn out as the rest of the show. And it just kind of gets dumber and less dumb at the same time. They start doing like unreliable narrator shit where Clay is losing his mind and has a split personality and is like doing shit that he doesn't know that he's doing, and like fucking nonsense is happening. And it becomes like
Really?
incredibly stupid like genre fiction thriller stuff basically for 10 episodes.
They really just don't want any of these kids to go to a fucking doctor, do they?
No, he
Holy
does.
shit,
He
dude.
does get a therapist in season 4.
What? Oh my god! It only took 2 murders and 2 rapes. Finally.
That's a lot going on.
I'm so proud of that city. They're going places. I don't.
There's an episode where they fight ghosts.
Oh, come the fuck on! What do you mean they fight ghosts?
It's one of the only times they ever leave the school. Is that they all go to like a
Nancy Drew shit is that?
they all go to camp and they hear a story about like the haunting at the camp, and then stuff starts happening and they all start hiding away because something's fucking with them. I think by the end of the season it's revealed that like it was Clay's like fractured personality that he was like fucking with everybody while he was not conscious of it. It keeps coming back over and over again. Like I think there's a part where he throws a Molotov cocktail into a cop car.
What? Okay, wait a second. How fucking contrived is this second personality? Like,
Yeah,
fuck, man.
and he like doesn't know he did it, so they show him like footage of him doing it. And he's like, oh god. Probably the only, I think one of the only things that they handle well about the entire show. Actually, there's one message that they actually managed to do a good job at, and it was in season 4. Which is that they do a thing that is a real thing, a real fucked up thing that happens in real life, which is they did a drill where they make it seem like it's a real shooting. Like, you know those live shooter drills that happen at schools more recently, and they're like they keep talking about how it's like traumatizing to the kids as if it's like a real shooting.
What do you mean sorry? Run that by me one more time, but with less fucking atrocious things. What do you mean a live shooter exercise?
So there's a thing in real schools right now where because of the string of school shootings that were happening and are happening and are always happening and whatnot, they do like a drill where everyone's supposed to like get in their positions and whatnot that you would do if you were trying to escape from like a real shooting, like a real shooter was happening. Like you barricade the doors and you count all the kids and like you do all these steps, but like the process is provably like so traumatizing that kids are coming away from these drills feeling like they actually went through a real shooting, and like it can have like a real toll on the people that it's happening to, because it's just too real and it's just too fucked up of a solution. And
the fucking duck and cover system works for school shootings? Like, oh yeah, kids, just here's the alarm, get under the chairs. See, isn't it crazy? Like if a nuke went off, this is what would happen. Like
it's more or less that kind of stuff, yeah.
Yeah, one of those things is not going to happen. One of those things does happen.
They did that in 13 Reasons Why. Great. And like, of course, there is like a suspected school shooter, like character already, so you're already thinking it might be that guy and so on because of the past issue of like school shooting being in the show.
Wait, sorry, are these Are these literally like random? Like they don't tell people this is happening?
No, because it's a drill.
What the fuck? You
And
can't
so
just surprise people like that. Not about a
It's
shooting.
exactly what they do. It's what's so fucked up about it. And like they're hearing gunshots.
Yeah, no
And it
fucking
turns
shit.
it turns out it was because there's like because at the end everyone's like huddling and like there's like people grouped up in certain rooms and whatnot, and there's also people that like risk it, like they go running out across the school to like certain locations because they think they're gonna like try to like find or rescue or track down like someone that they care about that's like, oh no, they were out in the art room. Like when the whole thing breaks down, like that kind of shit. Like there's like hero missions happening and all this nonsense. All to just reveal at the end of like that it was like police officers firing blanks outside of the school to give the impression of it being real, and like this is all like a horrible, traumatizing thing, and it leads to Clay's mind basically just breaking and like dissociating entirely because it was like the last straw for him after all the seasons of the show basically just abusing him. And it's like it's one of the only things that was potentially handled kind of well by the show is just like, yeah, this is a really fucked up process.
I'm gonna be real with you.
It's fucked up that this is a real thing that's happening in the United States as people do these live shooting drills at schools with kids.
If I was going to commit a school shooting, I would bring a gun every day to school until that exercise happened. Because you would have nothing but chaos. People would have no idea that there's a real shooting going on. There would be a disconnection in communication. What a fucking dumb idea. What a terribly fucking dumb idea. Is there like a backup plan, like in the event that it traumatizes it? Like what if something does happen? How do they distinguish it from a real shooting? Do they have a plan for that? Like, are there... What a fucking bad thought.
One of the distressing things about the live shooter drills in general is that they're not really much of a solution.
Well, no, because
like at most you're just kind of trying to have a plan for hiding, and that's about it. And like there's not necessarily like evidence that it would even necessarily work. It's just kind of a plan.
Well, you just gave away where the hiding places are to the kids who are going to shoot the other kids. So no, this is a terrible idea. You fucked it all up. Like what? The most of the time, the reason that school shootings don't succeed are because you end up reacting in a way that the shooter doesn't account for. Like that's how school shootings tend to succeed. It's not gonna work if the fucking shooter now knows exactly what you're going to do. That's like doing a fire drill, but you're doing a fire drill for an arsonist. So now the arsonist is like, ah yes, all the students are in the lawn. That's where I'll set the fire. It's like, what the fuck?
The history of school shootings is this is a stupid sentence, but the history of school shootings is a real bummer. Because
yeah, I would imagine like it usually ends with a lot of dead kids.
Well, I mean, like, there's a whole myth idea that like people need to like hunker down and then like the cops show up and they catch the guy and whatnot. In fact, mass shootings are the reason why the SWAT team was invented, and
I would imagine,
and it has continually failed to ever prevent one or stop one. What
you're
happens,
not going to stop a school shooting
because
unless
of
you get rid of the root.
Well, what happens is because of response times and like how the police actually work and so on, pretty much every single time what actually happens is that whenever a mass shooting is happening, they just finish. Like they more or less do what they wanted to do, and then they usually kill themselves. And like the police basically never save anyone, and the SWAT teams have pretty much always failed to have any impact on this entire program. But it's been a continuous...
I'm not gonna go get myself killed for some kids.
What happens is that politically, these are used again and again and again as a fear-mongering tactic in order to bid for more and more militarization of the police, to get more and more creepy, weird, fascist tools to use against the people, which then are continually still not employed in a way that actually prevents these things from happening or stops them from continuing when they are happening. They continue they continue to actually fail to stop these shootings, but they keep getting better and better equipment and getting more and more, turning more and more into these creepy fascist super cops that have all this military gear but none of the training to actually use it. And like it's like this is where we are now. That's why the police is who it is at this point, is because like it keeps getting those tools to solve these kinds of problems and then not actually solving these problems, which then leads to a feedback loop where they keep getting more tools to solve the problem that they're not solving. It's fucking insane. It's like that famous example of like the Parkland shooting where the cop he arrived on site and then just stayed outside and didn't do anything. But like that's most shootings. Is like they don't really do, like they mostly don't do anything, and then the shooter usually more or less resolves the situation by killing themselves or surrendering or something. And it's like, this is fucking dark shit.
That seems efficient. You know, why lose some officers when you could just lose some kids?
And you just have these endless myths of like, the only way to stop a good guy with a gun, bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun, and then like that just continually doesn't happen. Like it's a bizarre mythical concept that basically never applies.
I don't know. I'm definitely not in the, I'm not in the camp that like giving weapons to just anybody isn't a solution. It's just a cause for more problems. Like I don't know. I'm also not the target demographic.
It's like we wonder
guns.
why the police are so abusive towards the American people all the time, and it's like, who else are they going to use these tools on? Because like whenever real crimes are happening, their response time is usually too late to actually stop the violence from happening. So they're at most like a cleanup crew at that point, where they come in and record what happened and try to get testimonies and shit like that. They almost never
that's their
stop.
Job.
They basically can't stop violent crimes while they're happening because they're not already there. And so they basically just don't do that. But boy, are they more than happy to use all those tools you gave them to stop violent crimes, which don't work to stop violent crimes against like protesters and like like just people existing. It's just it's a
what
mess.
you fail to understand is those people are criminals. And criminals
and the police
need
get to decide most of the time who criminals are.
Exactly, because the police are the law. They decide who is guilty and who is innocent. Judges are merely a platitude. They exist because some old stuffy guy in the 1800s said they had to. But police, they're the real judge, jury, and executioner.
It always fucks with me because like you have like there's the OK symbol guy, like the school that the mass shooter that like there's that photo of him with his face blurred out and he's doing the OK symbol because it's the Nazi like white supremacist can signal thing and everything. And
Keith,
whenever
it's just the OK symbol.
And when I see
Nazis always use their fingers for other stuff.
When I see all these people, I'm just like there are so many people. There are a lot of African Americans that get killed for not having even done a crime. They just get killed because they're like, they moved furtively for a moment, and so blab blab, you better kill this American citizen that didn't do anything. Or if they did anything, it was likely not something that deserved the death sentence. But even if it did deserve the death sentence, police are not judges. Like that's called an extrajudicial killing, and it's supposed to be a crime. You can't just kill people. We're supposed to have a right to the trial, right to a trial. You know who
That's why
tends
vigilantes are illegal.
So here's the thing, though. Like you know who tends to get trials? Mass shooters. Like mass shooters either commit suicide or they get captured alive by the police. Some of the most infamous mass shooters over the last decade were captured alive. You're gonna tell me the same police that shoot unarmed black men didn't find that situation threatening? The guy that just killed a dozen people? Like, it's incredibly hard to process that gap of logic where so many mass shooters get taken alive and get a trial and everything, and we all get to like dance on their graves and shit and feel good that we got the guy and all that because fuck that guy. But the same police force can't avoid just executing unarmed people in the streets all the time because they're threatened, but they can somehow take in mass shooters alive. Like how is that the same world? How does that even happen? It's insane.
Racism?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I mean,
not.
yes.
It's not a difficult concept.
It's not a
just
mystery.
a concept
It's not a
nobody
mystery.
likes.
It's just a really. It's just a brutal thing to think about and reconcile.
Yeah.
But no, it's not. It's not a mystery.
I don't see. I don't know. My thing is I'm confused. I'm so disconnected from. How do I explain this in a way that's not crazy sounding? I'm so disconnected from the way that normal people process problems in their life that I don't really understand the solution police are taking, because it seems almost counterintuitive. Like, I don't think killing somebody who committed a crime is in your best interest, even if they're threatening your life, because I feel like if I had been, if my family member had been killed, even if they committed a crime, I would still consider that unnecessary, given that we have a whole fucking judicial system I'm fucking paying for. Let's fucking use it. Secondly, like that just shows me you couldn't do your job right, and you failed to do your job, which resulted in the death of somebody unnecessarily. So like, you have to be punished for that, and the punishment has to be at least adequate. Like, suspension isn't punishment. Suspension is like,
paid leave is not punishment. It's a vacation.
Yeah, it's a vacation. I get fucking suspended every fucking 2 weeks when I ask for time off. Like, you know, and like, I'm not saying eye for an eye, but like, maybe, you know, maybe you lose your job, or maybe you get like a demerit, like you have to pay back. Like, literally that person has to pay for the crime they committed in jail by serving time. You know, like there's, I don't know, but like, but people just don't care. They go like, yeah, but they were, you know, they were bad guys, they deserved it. And it's like, what?
It's
How
brutal
do you
seeing like, did you see the article about the cop that shot another cop during a sting? Mm-hmm. They were doing this big sting.
I tweeted
for
that.
what was, yeah.
I retweeted that video where the guy showed up and like shot his fucking partner.
Like, oh God, that's Frank. Shit, Frank's been shot. And like, immediate,
Frank's
like,
been
whatever
shot.
the fuck his name was.
He didn't say I shot Frank.
Yeah,
Immediately,
exactly.
the blame is gone. Someone shot
He
Frank.
instantly pivots to the language that acts like police violence is like a bizarre force of nature that no one can stop. Even when he did it. Like, he shot someone and he's immediately adopting the language that's just like, oh my God, someone's been shot. Not like I did it or anything like that, but like, oh man, someone was magically shot by the gun god that just shoots people sometimes. It's crazy.
Dude, it's a serious problem. Please take it seriously.
You look
Gun
into the
one.
background of that case, and boy, that one incident was enough for them to instantly propose a ton of reforms and inquiries and figure out exactly how to fix that so it never happens again. It's like,
Blue Lives Matter.
yeah, and it's like wow.
But not American lives.
We make it
Americans don't
incredibly
matter.
explicit that it only matters when you shoot each other, but like when you shoot other innocent people, you're just like, it's just like you have to come up with excuses for why that was like somehow valid. Like, he had a history of drug use, or he moved weird and didn't comply correctly, or it's so fucking cool that werewolves just don't need mounts in this game.
I love that. That is really fucking cool.
He just fucking sprints around on full 4.
It's a great visual too.
Yeah. Greymane's a fucking cool design. Look at that fucking coat. Look at this cool ass character.
That coat is killing me.
This character's so fucking cool, and he has a flying fucking pirate ship most of the time. So he's just over the fucking top. Hey Elsa.
It's a raid boss preview.
Remember when she had like long sheets of blonde hair that was split down the middle? But then they were like,
Disney.
Frozen's popular, so let's make Frozen. And so they made Frozen.
How the fuck are you not winning this war? That ability is amazing. You can literally just wipe an entire battlefield with ice? Come on.
No, she's hilariously overpowered. It's confusing.
What? I can't hear you. I'm like hundreds of feet up. Holy shit.
Now.
I hope so. Jesus, that's a lot of fucking power.
She's shooting us with her like flying magic pirate ship.
Right? Fuck.
I don't know what the timeline is here, but this is the same sequence where Teldrassil gets burned by Sylvanas, and it's gone. And I think we're in the process of losing Undercity.
Undercity, yeah.
Yeah, because they just want to get rid of the two unpopular cities that were always awkward because they're on the opposite continent from the rest of their team.
Do not fail me, Nathanos.
Like we should do something really impactful, like get rid of capital cities, but like, you know, the ones that are easy targets.
Well, not like, you
the
know,
two that
Stormwind
the two that no one
something.
uses. Yeah. Stormwind keeps getting bigger in every expansion somehow, and then they just delete Teldrassil from existence because only 12 people were ever there anyway, and 10 of those people were just newly made night elves trying to get out of Teldrassil.
Hey now, I like that zone.
I liked Undercity more. I actually liked Undercity, but I never used Teldrassil. I hated it. I would always get out of it as fast as possible.
Really?
Yeah.
Something about it's nostalgically calming.
It had like no use. It was just a shittier Stormwind that wasn't near anything.
I guess I didn't really like the city as much as I liked the zone.
Especially in the olden days where you had like no ways of getting around, like you just want to get out of there fast. Like playing the starting zone's fine as the Night Elf. I just mean like the city is Garbo, so you never would want to go there for any reason.
Yeah, I do agree with that. The city is kind of shit.
Not even near anything. Darkshore? Who cares?
Yeah, no.
But anyway, sorry guys, heavy episode.
Every WoW episode's a heavy episode.
Yeah, there's a lot of this. But like this is just the world we're living in these days.
Yeah, it's the fucking every day I see protests. Every day I see shootings. Every day I just like, fuck, man.
It's our fucking president.
At some point I'm kind of like I almost don't want to blame him anymore because now it's becoming a systemic problem. Like,
I mean, do you remember
there's a lot of people with power.
It was always a systemic problem.
But I'm saying, like, we're getting to a point now where, like, okay, there's a lot of people with plenty of power to curtail this. You guys are fucking doing nothing. Like, this is absurd now. Like, why do we even have a Congress? It literally just sits there and calls each other bad names every fucking session, and then nothing gets done. Like, what the fuck is this daycare for fucking prissy adults who got spoiled on their lives? Get the fuck out of here. Go do a fucking real job.
When I did the BLM video, I just had to ban so many people because way too many people are just off the deep end. And what always stands out to me is that there's like this massive monolithic list of horrible crimes that have been done by the police, and they all have a clear trend to them. But someone's counterpoint will be like, don't listen to them, BLM are evil. Here's this video. Haven't you seen the video about the black guy that like lynched a dog? And I'm like, what? Like every single time I hear a weird counter-argument thing, it's always a bizarre thing I've never heard of before and will never hear of again. But then I go and look into the research and it's just like, all right, well, here's an article clarifying that dog is fine. And like the entire evidence that this person like it's explained in this insane aspect that like this, like so the footage is a black guy and a few of his friends are all like shouting at like a camera from like behind a reporter, and in the middle of the sequence the guy picks up his dog by the scruff, which is like not nice. But it's also like not murder.
It depends on the situation. Like you need to do that sometimes if you're trying to get out of a situation. Your dog's not moving.
Yeah, like he's kind of like holding him by the scruff for a bit and kind of waving him a little bit, and then
that's better than choking him with like a leash where you're like if you dragged him.
Then after a moment he's kind of holding him in that way where you like hold your dog with your forearm, where your whole forearm is along their whole like belly. Like a lion in a tree. And like that, and I did the deep digging in this whole topic. I spent like a fucking hour trying to figure out what this lunatic was talking about in my comments section, and that was the only evidence. Like they were saying that they killed a dog on camera and did all this horrible stuff, but like no, the only evidence for the entire scenario was that there was once a black guy on camera related to some of the protests that handled a dog in a way that some people didn't appreciate.
Wow.
And so they invent
Holy
the
shit.
and then the narrative just keeps getting exaggerated and exaggerated until like, oh man, a guy killed a dog live on camera, and like to the point where like the local paper that was the source of the video in the first place had to clarify that they checked and like the dog's alive still and all that. So like the entire thing was just a myth. But I'm like, here's the thing. Even if it literally did happen, that data point would not be a counter argument to everything that's happening right now. Like, guess what? There can be criminals and there can be assholes and people can do bad things, and that doesn't somehow make like systemic racism a myth. Like
that's like whenever I see the reply
from day
to,
one, the entire premise of this being a counter argument was always false. It was always a non sequitur like this, because even if everything they said was true, that wouldn't be a counter argument to any of what's happening right now. It would just be a bad thing that happened. Because unless that person's so racist that they're literally implying, see, this is what black people are capable of, and it's supposed to be like a symbol of all black people or something. Oof. Which is some like that's the only interpretation. Buddy, you can have.
Let me tell you about white people then, because we've done a few genocides here and there. Like,
that's the thing, is there's only two interpretations of that article being posted by that person. One is that it's meant to be a distraction, essentially, as a cheap counter argument that they either haven't thought out that well, or they're intentionally being disruptive with, or they're so racist that one black guy doing something bad was itself evidence that all of them need systemic racism to happen, basically. Like, it's good actually. Like that's the more distressing interpretation, is that like actually racism is good because look how bad black people are. Like that's the other interpretation of them posting that. Anyway, I banned them immediately, obviously.
It's
I spent like a minute looking into this and I was like, wow, this entire story is fake. Anyway, bye. I'm not responding to you. Goodbye. I don't want you here.
It's like that thing. I love
I just did that multiple times a day for a week after I made that video. Which is interesting. It was just torrents of people like that. I appreciate that YouTube just
lets that exist.
It's just floods of horrible people just coming into the comments all the time. It says to follow Sylvanas. Is it broken?
Yeah, there's a cutscene playing right now.
Oh, it forgot.
Welp.
Oh, there it goes. Now she's walking. It forgot to cutscene me.
Well, then I will skip my cutscene.
But you're also not here.
I'm traveling now. My favorite is when the really, really confusingly false narrative of like more white people die from cops.
Well, that's the thing I was going to point out earlier. Like I was asking if you saw the Trump interview where someone was like, asking about the murders, and he's like,
again,
what?
With that
white people
myth.
also get killed by police. In fact, more white people. What a horrible question. Like trying to have this like outrage response, as
my
if like the last
reply was like, okay, but you're not upset that more white people are dying by police then? Why the fuck aren't you upset that people are dying by police in mass numbers from, like, what the fuck? There's no good solution here.
The way that he's acting like he's like surprised by the question this many months into the crisis is like next level. Like, how are you gonna get indignant about like the most obvious possible question being posed about the current situation? Like, it shocked you.
Did you see that Fox interview with him where he like literally like he had a person standing there who was like or like they did the interview about, hey, do you know that we have like the worst, you know, like we're basically up on the top charts for worst for coronavirus in terms of deaths, and he's like, no, we're not. We're the best. We have the best amount. We have the lowest amount of deaths. And he like had a data chart come out, or like an aide come and bring him a paper, and he's like, see, look. And he doesn't even point to it. He just points to a paper in his hand. He's like, look, see, like that. This is. And I'm like, what the fuck?
He's all theatrics. That's all he has.
Yeah. And so the guy has to take it and goes, okay, well, let me explain. So the data he's using is from the CDC.
Why is he so cool? God damn it. Sorry, Greymane.
Oh, Greymane. Yeah.
Greymane's here. Just make him the main character. Fuck all these other people. I don't care about white guy.
It's so.
I remember when he
baffling.
I remember when he was a fucking 8-year-old. You know, he's not gonna impress me. Idiot blonde child. But no, it's like that time that they, like an interview was going poorly for him in the Oval Office, so he just
left.
He just pretended. He's like, I'm done with this, and he just pretended to work. Like, he just like pretended to read a bunch of blank paper that was on his desk to act like he was like working, like he's too busy and they all have to leave now. Because it's up there with like when Boris Johnson escaped an interview by just walking into a freezer.
I swear to God, it baffles me. Literally, like, I look at old-timey stuff, like back in, you know, kings and queens era, and they're like, yeah, the king decreed that everyone had to do something stupid. I'm like, why the fuck did it, what? People just agreed to that? Like, they didn't just wait till he was sleeping and just slit his fucking throat? And then you look now, it's like, oh, I get it. Apathy is a fucking disease. Like, people just won't do anything that it takes to get rid of a bad person. Like, you could just, I don't know, impeach him. But instead, we just let people clearly ignore an impeachment. Like, they just go, no, I don't see a crime. And it's like, well, we have this book. It's called a law book. It has a list of crimes. This is the one crime. See the thing that's right here? That's a crime. That's the one he admit to doing publicly on television. Could we And it's like, no, that's fine. It's like, okay, cool. So we can just not do that, I guess. Interesting. It's the same with like some more news where you're like, this is happening and people just don't do anything about it. Like, people's jobs is every day to go to work and write laws, and they don't. Like, I've watched so many.
It is pretty
of the
impressive
fucking...
how Congress just doesn't exist most of the time. Like, their one job is to legislate, and they kind of just sit there and like filibuster each other into oblivion and just kind of collect their paychecks. Like, they just kind of hang out and do nothing forever.
I feel like
it's bizarre.
I do not have the patience. I would never have the patience for that job. The moment that one fucking asshole
like, they're so
walked out with a
dysfunctional
giant,
they can't even pass
like,
their own budget.
Like, the one guy who walked out with like a, you know, they have like those stupid, they have these fucking giant memes behind them when they're sitting there and talking on a mic. So like, they have, you know, they print out this stupid fucking giant tweet and put it on the back of, on this, you know, piece of this like fold up stand, and it sits behind them nice and elegantly. So when the camera's on them, when they're talking, everyone in America can see this dumb fucking tweet that they printed out.
Yeah.
I would fucking beat somebody with that.
Well, like, there's
it's like the
congressman that disproved global warming by walking into walking into Congress with the fucking like a snowball. That was his offer. Like, he's like, he came into the Congress building with a snowball, and it's like, see, global warming is a hoax. That's all it takes. And it's like that's the level we're dealing with these people.
Like, literally could not fathom being at like literally the head of the I could not imagine being at the center of all this, the one that has to mediate, and being like, sir, you're literally a fucking moron. Please take yourself, go somewhere else, get your shit to fucking together, and come back to work when you're ready. Because holy fuck, what the fuck did you just do here publicly?
Oh fuck!
Fucking, where do we go? By the way, which portal?
I just got fucking murdered.
Is the desert portal?
The one to Uldum, it says on your map.
Ooh, Uldum.
The objective says Uldum. So I went over to get the fucking the local flight path because it's over there. If you do that, be very careful. All the enemies here are skulls. So don't aggro the guys when you're getting the exclamation point over there, because they'll one-shot you. Because we're supposed to fly to Silithus from Uldum.
Ah.
Because Silithus is where the heart of Azeroth is, and Uldum is one of the... Uldum's important later, because the Lovecraftian Inzoth raid is in Uldum and one of the Panda areas.
Where's Silithus?
Silithus? It's just to the left. It's just over on the west. You might have a flight path, But yes, it's to the northwest. I'm just flying there because we have flying here. Because this is Kalimdor.
Oh yeah, this is just regular.
Yeah, we're just in Kalimdor.
Oh.
Because they put the Lovecraft stuff on Uldum and one of the Panda areas to sort of repurpose old zones for the sake of some of the stuff, and they just fucking blew up Silithus.
Oh.
There's a giant sword stabbed into Silithus that's threatening the heart of Azeroth.
Oh.
And so now the entirety of Silithus.
Great worm from beyond. What the fuck, dude?
Oh yeah, you stay away from him. He's bad.
Jesus, he just shot me fucking while he's flying away.
Yeah, that's a Lovecraft expansion.
God damn.
But yeah, there's just a giant sword stabbing into Azeroth right now.
Oh, I see that.
And it's like straining its essence. All of Silithus is now just a crater. Once you activate this expansion, it becomes a crater. Where it used to be a zone. This isn't AQ.
Oh.
Yeah, AQ is here. That raid from Vanilla WoW. The raid that's an entire fucking zone of its own down there.
That's unfortunate.
But yeah, this is what Silithus is now. It's just a giant sword stabbed into the ground. And we gotta help the dwarf that looks like he's made of rock. Try to save the world.
Cool. Flew near a great worm from beyond, flying speed reduced by 30%. Fucking phenomenal.
Enjoy.
Holy shit, that's a huge ass sword.
Yes. It's a
Where the
problem.
fuck this thing come from?
That would require a little more paying attention than I have.
Is this
never mind. This cutscene is me viewing the events that led to the wound in Azeroth. I think it's the various giants. I don't think Gul'dan's in this one.
Oh my god.
I see a giant Norse dude. I see a guy that's all blue, and there's a lady. Now there's a Draenei. Illidan's here. The gang's all here.
The gang's all here.
God, that fucking tweet where Trump's like, they say that wearing a mask during pandemic's actually patriotic, and I'm the most patriotic person in the entire country. That's me, your favorite president. Like that tweet. I'm gonna melt. I'm gonna melt.
I can't. There's like a level now where I'm actually just impressed people. Not even just. How fucking childish. Like, I don't think even Bush was less of a fucking moron than this. And that's impressive.
Can you imagine, like, the people that have to write the history books for this era?
Oh, it's gonna be a fucking hilarious amount of, like, history glossing. Like, they're just gonna shave over this so fast.
Like, I imagine Grab him by the pussy doesn't make it into your high school textbook.
I mean, it might. It depends.
It's like they have to figure out how to teach high schoolers for generations to come what happened in these 4 years, and God, I hope it's 4 years. That's my only solace, is that we might almost be done.
Oh no, it's only 4 years. It won't go any longer.
I fucking hope. I know. Like, I wish I could say I knew any Trump supporters that turned on him, but they're all still like, yeah, he's great, I love him. I like that he's shaking things up, and it's like it
doesn't matter, because if he stays in office, America falls. There's no way the country won't survive another 4 years. People still believe that
he's like draining the swamp somehow, and it's like he came with his own swamp. He had his swamp in his trailer, and he dumped it all out. Like,
right, the motherfucker is bathing in a swamp. He literally has been bathing in swamp water for his entire fucking life, dude. Like, what swamp? He literally took the swamp and put it into his hot tub and said, "Pretty good swamp. I'll bathe in this now."
Like, these people are so sheltered that, like, when you cite things like how there's like an astronomical rate at which everyone in his entire cabinet and his presidency just resigns on a scale that's incomprehensible, like, everyone's just it's just his organization and his presidency just sheds people daily, forever. Every single position gets replaced, like every few months. It feels like it's a favoritism he just burns through people. Well, it's because like people constantly resign because they can't take any more of what he's doing, even though they're his people. or he turns on them over and over again, and like they don't do exactly what he wants or whatever, and he just decides they're a traitor now and they're the enemy, when 1 month ago he was praising them. And like that cycle happens at such a rate that like it's unprecedented. But if you bring this kind of narrative up to certain people, like they literally have never been exposed to this idea, because they literally watch media that presents a different reality to them, where he's like great and all the things he says are just unironically true, and like all the tweets he makes are they just remain unquestioned. And like he just keeps saying, yeah, we're the best country, and we're handling the virus better than anyone, and I'm the most loved president. Like I have an incredible approval rating, and I'm the best president that's ever happened, and I'm so patriotic, and blah 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 blah. And like all this like fucking pat on the back that he gives himself constantly. Like there's a whole universe that just sees that, but it's like that meme, like that, but unironically, like that's the reality they see all the time, and it's never,
that's fine.
It's never cracked, it's never shaken, there's never any truth leaking through. It's just like this bubble where he's just perfect. Like I've heard people unironically say, like, people say he's racist, but like if you look at what he's done for African Americans and so on, and I'm like, what? Yeah, what is that?
What
do you mean by that exactly? I'd love to hear.
Could you? Sorry, could you provide a credible
they're just
source?
uncritically, basically repeating what he says about himself, which is that he's so unracist that he's done more for black people than any other president, and which is a hell of a thing to say when one of them ended slavery.
Also, it's a hell of a thing to say when your father literally was caught being racist to people of color. So maybe you learned it from somebody. Maybe you, I don't know, what's the word? You fucking inherited the racism. Your family seems to fucking ooze from its veins. And now you're spreading it. It is certainly impressive. Like I had that with on Twitter.
The Supreme Court had to like multiple times recently save like LGBT people and so on from like the type of shit that he was up to, where he's trying to strip protections for LGBT people away and so on, and like multiple things just got swatted down. It was I think it was in the same week when like the idea of excluding LGBT people from discrimination,
in the military,
or just in general,
hospitals. Sorry,
just in general, is just the idea that LGBT people are interpreted as being protected by the same anti-discrimination laws that exist for everyone else, and they were trying to strip that away, and the Supreme Court had to strike that down. And in the same week, it was that the Dreamers, which are a very popular group, like this, it's not like people don't generally think that the Dreamers should be kicked out of the country, especially since a lot of them are like older and have careers now and so on. Like they're functionally just are American citizens. Just get over it at this point. They were still trying to get rid of them to this day, and the Supreme Court had to stomp down on that too in like the same week. And it's just like oh boy, I'm happy there's some checks and balances, I guess, but like the fact that he'll unironically claim to be in favor of these groups while actively trying to tear them down is just like next level worrying shit. And the fact that people will just like let him do this shit while just just accepting what he says.
Well, they're not being affected. They're not. They're never in the. They're never going to be the ones on the chopping block.
He just keeps saying like, actually, I'm great, and I'm being great to everyone, and people will just uncritically repeat that idea when it's clearly wrong. It's clearly doing horrible things to people.
It really confuses me when I see people of like color or LGBT people supporting him, where I'm like, what is this? Is this masochism? Like, what is happening? Are you like trying to self-defeat yourself? I don't get it. What is the benefit you have by supporting someone who wants you literally fucking dead? Like, I don't like I'm trying to think like. I assume there had to have been, there always has to be like some people who just are in disbelief of the reality to a point where they literally are putting themselves in danger. But I don't know, that's crazy to me. Like I can't even imagine like could you imagine like when you have Romani coalition for Hitler, where it's like what?
Well, it's like when you have people like Candace Owens, they're people who they're like that's a symptom of capitalism, or like those are grifters.
No, not the grifters. I mean,
that's the kind of person that just like self-defeats and betrays their own group in order to just profit off of being the person that will say that stuff. Because there's definitely a market for being the person that will tell Republicans what they want to hear about black people as a black person. Like, if you fill that niche, you can become a millionaire.
That's
if you do
literally
it
called
right.
just being an African American. If
really
you say anything
so
positive
gross.
about a Republican, they love you for it because no one else does since Lincoln.
Then you get to be one of the good ones. Ugh.
Yeah. Right?
Good. We're over
But
here.
one
Distressing.
of us. One of us.
Make it quick.
I'll take that and that, please. Thank you very much.
Don't drink it just yet. Get moving.
What
I take a
dark
potion.
times.
How do I take the potion? Where's the potion? Oh, pick it up.
Okay. I've been given a necklace. Pretty.
Oh, this will kill you. This is murder potion. Whoops. I need to get to.
Let's move out.
I need to get. Alright, let's see. Are you around here?
What have you done? Yeah, I'm in Orgrimmar.
Well, yeah, you have to go get the potion. We're gonna go to Stormwind next. We're gonna get to see the ridiculous sequences of all them being all of them being superheroes, where they're just like unstoppable Terminators that we have to flee from.
Oh, good.
This is a pretty ridiculous segment. I love it.
Farewell.
We gotta go around and talk to some dudes and stuff.
That's way better.
Here, I'll try to wait at the teleporter person or whatever. You got a dragon?
Yeah. It's a
where are
robo
you?
dragon.
Oh, you're in front of me. There you are. It is a robo dragon. Where did he come from?
Every time I do the 3-month subscription renewal, it gives me a new mount.
Oh, so like that was the same as like last time you got a
Mouse.
a mouse. Yeah. Well, that was a
Yeah.
while ago now, wasn't it? I got this guy.
It was 3 months ago. Oh, a bear.
Armored burr.
Can he fly?
No, he's just an armored burr. I don't even remember where I got him anymore, but I got him at some point. Any other weird shit lately? There's this guy.
Oh, that's a cool ass dragon.
He's neat looking. I think he just looks like one of the bosses of the current raid.
That's even better.
He's one of the cool ones. And the mecha
that's
bird.
a pretty cool bird. Love the mecha bird.
I've already shown you the racial mounts.
Yeah.
And then of course this is always the one that Nick gave me, which fits well with my goblin being my main.
That's pretty good. I like that.
He's fucking nuts because he when you're flying, he cruises back and forth like Iron Man across your screen, so you actually kind of can't tell what his hitbox is, and you'll crash into stuff sometimes. You just have to remember that he's in like the middle of your screen as your hitbox, because him flying around doesn't change your hitbox. He still flies like every other mount, but he'll like animate too much. He also is annoying.
Yeah, he's got like... Oh god.
But he can be very annoying.
Ready to go?
I love it.
Then climb aboard.
Ridiculous the way he turns and shit in place. He's a ridiculous mount, and his trick is that he can gather herbs without you getting out of the mount.
That's super good.
So he's an herbalism mount that coincidentally my goblin is my herbalist, so it all fits together really well. But I really like... Here's a criticism I have. You know how wolves run a certain way in WoW? Like a weird, slow lumbering run? You can tell that they kept it with this guy. Like, this guy runs the same way as, like, the fucking 2005 wolves did. Where, like, they even have, like, a weird, like... There's even, like, a weird, like they kind of, like, there's, like, a thing where, like, their hips...
Here, I have a 2005 wolf.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's the same
Yeah.
running animation and everything. And you know, like the weird way that like their butt goes up too much, and like they don't really run like
Yeah.
dogs. They run. I don't know what they run like. There's some sort of weird, awkward, stiff thing. It's like they've never seen a wolf or a dog run before. Here's my thing. Here's why this mount is so much better to me. Is oopsie. The hyena has a fucking running animation.
These war eagles will carry us to
It's got a little scamper.
Ready to go? Then climb
That's
Like
pretty
he
cute.
he looks good. He looks proper. I need to fix fucking. I can't take the caravan off. If you play as a Voldenai, then when you go to your camp, you can unequip the tent. I don't like it as much with the tent on the back, but like they actually gave him a new running animation, and it's like
That is pretty nice.
it's like why didn't they update the other characters? Because he's got like a proper like low to the ground little like hyena scamper, and I don't know why all the wolves continue to suck when this hyena is so well animated. It's good
I think
shit.
This one also has the weird This one, yeah, this one does kind of. This one runs more like a horse, though.
A lot of mounts look really weird.
Ready to go? Then climb aboard.
I still like my Nether Drake a lot. All right, let's do this.
What are we doing?
Good job. Hop on the eagle. I assume you've gotten
Okay.
to that part of the story.
Nope.
Oh, why didn't you? I said I was waiting
Sorry.
for you to get caught up.
I thought that talking to the guy in front of us would like automatically send us to do a thing. Sorry, my bad.
I was
Give me a
there
sec.
because that's where the quest said to go.
Well, yeah, my quest also told me to go
Will
there.
Not be in contact once we have
Did-
entered
what?
Stormwind. You,
Shit.
Felithra, and
You're so far
Rukon
behind.
will infiltrate the
Am I?
stockades and extract the prisoners.
I wanted to play with you.
Our scouts have located a hidden entrance.
Hello?
The
I
Torn
trusted
and I
you.
will cover your escape. I have supplied each of you with an easy death.
Apparently
Okay.
people like the political talk because no one's complaining, and some people say it's refreshing. And this is
Or they've
unusually
all
high.
run.
Well, that's what I was gonna follow up with. That is, this is unusually high viewership for a WoW stream, which means that people are sticking around more than normal.
Get to that
Goodness.
ship.
Because usually there's like an inflow and an outflow, like there's people arriving and there's people leaving, and there's like a net gain or loss between those two things. But apparently the discussions today are leading to people sticking around more, and so they're piling up and do like larger numbers.
Good luck.
Probably because we're not lunatics, I guess. I don't know. All right, now I can
Or-
hop on an eagle. Let's go.
Or it was just my fucking stellar retelling of 13 Reasons Why.
I haven't. I'm trying to think. Is there any other? It's not even. There's like
What?
no other. Oh, I've been rewatching. What's it called? The symbiotic robot or Titan or whatever. Yeah,
There you are.
symbiotic Titan.
How'd you get here so fast?
Took the eagle.
What?
Took the eagle.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Why did your eagle get here so much faster?
Don't worry about it.
Wait, didn't you have to go do stuff and then you were behind me?
Yeah, it's fine.
Have you
Video
done this
games
before?
like me. No.
Have you? So you've never played this expansion at all?
Nope.
Ooh.
All new. I like how we're already in the underbelly of Stormwind.
Yeah, we went like through like the sewer or whatever, and now we're in the stockades. So we're playing through that instance for the moment.
It's a
I
fun
like these-
twist.
I like these details. It's because we're staging a breakout. We're here to break somebody out of Stormwind.
Oh my god.
Yep. There's some interesting stuff at the beginning of this expansion.
You make it sound like they don't follow through.
Well, there's some entertaining stuff that happens throughout too. Like there's an ongoing storyline about how like Sylvanas might be someone who's going too far, and they're corrupting the Horde and so on. And like,
Yes. Was that not apparent by like every action she's ever taken?
yeah. And like Thrall gets another costume change again. And they keep setting Bane Bloodhoof up as being pretty sympathetic. I keep thinking he's gonna. I keep feeling like Bane's gonna be the next The next
he gonna
war
run
chieftain.
the horde. Yeah.
And he takes to home the gold trophy for horde character designs. It's all about Bane and Greymane. All those cutscenes we keep watching. Bane looks fucking cool.
Track of the time I have sat in this cell.
Designated only Tauren character in the pre-animated cutscenes.
All she has done, I will never return to her.
Yeah, I think Sourfang's rebelling already.
Know the difference between loyalty and
Because when you play the Alliance storyline,
pray that you
you see Tyrande and Malfurion capture him after the burning of Teldrassil.
know you are not here for
I've played that too.
those you seek are down
And so now we're trying to break him out. But he's like, fuck this shit, fuck the Horde, I hate it.
Certain, High Overlord.
I am Loktar.
Y'all are letting Satan run this place. I'm out.
This way.
There's like a rebellion group of people that are still like kind of loyal to like the idea, at least the idea of Thrall, because Thrall refuses to become war chief again.
I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why either, but that's just because I haven't paid enough attention for the last 15 years to know every single detail.
Something for the horde, something like.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Thrall in the first place. Like I don't know when he stopped being war chief. Because the when I keep replaying the game as various characters, the story doesn't get that noticeable until basically Legion. Because you're just blitzing through each expansion and you don't really get to absorb any information.
Yeah.
But there's a bunch of cutscenes in Draenor and Legion where you start kind of picking up on stuff. But it's specifically Battle for Azeroth. A bunch of storylines have pre-animated cutscenes that are like, huh, I kind of almost care what's happening right now. If only I wasn't totally behind on the context.
Thank you. My prophet tells me you are allies.
Well, these characters are important.
I be knowing you. You be that snake that.
We have come on behalf of the Horde. I am Thalysra, and this
This
is
fucking chair.
Greetings will have to wait.
Lock it down!
Oh
my
man,
God.
Mage Commander Lyra, what a memorable character.
It is a nullification field. I cannot cast.
Oh right.
I'm a hunter. This is probably a dumb idea. I'll just shoot you.
Yeah. I just remembered Thalrissa, she's the leader of the Nightborn. I'm trying to grind her rep right now on my rogue in the previous expansion to unlock the Nightborn as a playable race.
Would be a mistake. It is the
Because both factions have 2 races from the previous expansion that you can unlock and 3 from the new one. That's the high
Wait, how
totem.
did she
and-
just cast?
She's trying. Everyone's trying their best, Andrew. It's scary. Everyone's having a scary day.
I mean, I can just shoot them. I don't understand why.
I think the idea is that they're doing that shit where it's like the trash compactor from Star Wars, where there's a bunch of walls coming in at
Yeah.
us, and so we need to be able to escape.
I get that it's cinematic. I just mean that like it's a weird immersion breaking where it's like half the classes don't use magic anyways.
Yeah. But I think the idea is that we can't penetrate those fields even without magic.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I tried running through it and it was like, no.
You didn't say the magic word. Yeah, this is all cinematic, semi-interactive stuff. But leads to some pretty funny, overly hyped moments, like Greymane being the Terminator and what's her name being Jaina Proudmoore just straight up being Elsa and doing macro scale ridiculous magic, and it's like, what the fuck, man? Why is anyone allowed to be this powerful in this universe?
Horde filth. That's some rude shit.
I'm somehow the main character in a universe where like a 5 billion feet tall titan just stabbed the earth and is killing it.
Right?
When I see those rosters of characters, I'm like, I don't actually know who any of these people are. Like in that entire cutscene, oh, the only character I recognized was Illidan. I'm like, I've lost the thread. It feels like it's time for the big cinematic crossover, but the only movie I've watched is Endgame and no other Marvel movies. Like I'm like, Oh, yeah, it's that guy. I'm gonna nod like I understand who that is.
The city is stirring.
That's what Stephanie did.
For long.
What?
She only watched Endgame.
Stay close.
It's an incredible choice.
How?
Oh shit, you gotta get in here. You got a death wish.
Get back here, man.
Yeah, she got invited by her friends to go watch
Citizens of Stormwind.
you
Okay,
fuck
this
up.
is.
Horde infiltrators have breached the
Were you not
stockades.
staying in our circle?
I was in the circle, but every time I would be following, it's like, no, get back in. I'm like, what?
I be listening. Alright, stay close. We all friends now. Don't be getting us caught.
Stay in there or we're all gonna die. But yeah, Stephanie got invited to watch Endgame, so she went with her friends. Just to be with them, basically. But she hadn't watched any of the MCU, including she also had not watched Infinity War.
That's so supportive.
So
but
on top
also
of being like the final entry in a giant series, it was also the second half of a movie essentially that she hadn't seen. It's a
That's
hell of
impressive.
a choice. She fell asleep,
Continue.
unsurprisingly.
I'm not surprised, but that is funny to hear.
What I say about doing something stupid. Move quick.
Whoop.
Off the path.
Keeps yelling at you.
I'm not out. I've been standing literally on his butt the whole time.
Yeah, I wonder if did you talk to him or did he just start walking?
He just started walking.
Yeah, because I talked to him. I was worried that maybe you talked to him too, but then it was showing your version but judging you based on my version or something. It still might be doing something like that.
Do not worry. We will know
He's trying to get us killed.
I'm literally here with you, bro. Fuck.
Oh no, it's Rin.
Now.
Yep.
You got a death wish.
You got the death
You just said now.
Yeah. You jumped too much. How dare you?
I'm surprised I didn't hear our splashes.
Yeah, they were stealthy splashes.
Stealthy splashes. I love that.
We can't get caught by Rin or we'll be
Just
bloop, bloop. Or he'll get us with his paladin magic.
Is not with you, my friend.
And his
A little more
blonde
honor
hair.
would have been nice. Clearly, you did not need it.
Wasn't he a shitty little child at the beginning of this game?
Who?
I feel like Rin was a little kid
When you be ready.
running around in Stormwind Castle, and then he
I think
grew up
so.
over the course of the many expansions, and now he's like an adult. But I'm like, I can't take this seriously. It's irritating little
What you
shit.
got, boss?
Oh, I gotta talk to him again. There we go.
Let's go. Stay together.
We're coming up on
Death wish.
when this gets completely fucking absurd. And I love it. Because we gotta get to the trade district or whatever. Not trade, the like the paladin district. The church district?
To get us killed.
Cathedral Square, that's what it's called.
I'm not doing. Oh, it's your minion. That's what's doing it.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think our pets are causing issues. Hold on.
Dismiss.
God damn it! I can't.
You got the
dismiss.
death wish.
Dude, I can't dismiss my pet unless you stop moving. Fucking stop moving.
Wait,
Sad. Okay,
where are the guards?
don't worry about that.
Zul
All
is
right.
not soiling himself. It may be nothing.
What?
Not nothing.
Uh-oh.
They're
Oh,
coming. What are those masks? Considering they're Worgen, you think masks would make them less dangerous. They're like muzzles. Look at fucking Greymane back there.
Get through.
Just being creepy down that hallway. He's coming. He's coming, Andrew.
Oh Jesus.
Run.
Okay.
We can't defeat him.
I'm like fucking Speed Racer over here. I can get out of anything. I guess now I can summon my pet since we're not stealthing.
Yeah, it seems like we're allowed to do that now. You got the death wish. He's coming. He's still walking towards us.
That's
need to
fine.
find cover.
He literally can't catch up to me. That's my character.
Yeah, but I think we need to keep our allies ahead of him by defeating the dudes.
Okay. Oh, there's another dog back here. There we go.
I swear, I'm pretty sure they're wearing face mask helmets that are basically muzzles that would make them less dangerous.
Maybe that's the only way they can be in Stormwind without scaring everybody.
They have to muzzle them. Uh-oh.
Let's go. This way.
You like how she's dressed like a villain?
I mean, she is a villain to us.
Yeah. Like they have to recontextualize the characters as like these like cackling villains. Like Jaina Proudmoore's wearing a hood now because that's totally a thing she normally does.
I mean, she is always wearing a cloak. She just doesn't wear the hood.
The Gilneans.
Until things get serious.
Nope, he's starting a fire.
You are a cruel enemy, Zul.
Remain's still coming.
He's coming pretty slow for a guy who, you know, is trying to chase down Horde.
We must press forward.
He thinks we're trapped, so he's like swagging. Thinks he's hot shit. Yeah, we can't get away.
What's his face?
So he's like savoring it or something.
I'm ready.
Watch your step. It seems the alliance's
Here it comes.
Wow, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Wow, holy shit, she is just like, let
She's
it
so
go.
overpowered. There's a blizzard storming down all around us, and she's just creating walls on the fly.
How do I get out of this?
We were just waiting for the characters, basically.
That is far enough. She has cut off our escape.
Jump over it.
Stop gawking and break through that ice.
Oh, you can just break it.
Yep, at least now.
You will not harm another soul in this city. Die,
Okay.
Horde scum.
I don't think they're happy we're here.
Mighty Rezan, lend me your strength.
Oh, is that an anti-blizzard barrier? Yeah, it is. Every square foot outside this bubble is currently getting hit by bigger and bigger bolts.
Let's move. I don't
Gotta go faster, faster, faster,
but
faster.
I be owing him me thanks.
Their forces
We've gotta get out of here.
How will we get
Are they wearing muzzles? Let's check. They are wearing muzzles. I think they're supposed to be helmets, though. Yeah, they're clearly wearing Stormwind helmets. So they're like guards.
They just
but,
look confusing.
It doesn't make much sense.
It looks
Yeah, I
self-defeating.
agree. God. Getting destroyed. Why am I dying?
They just don't like you very much.
Really not, jeez.
Have you considered being less punchable?
No.
That's your
goes against-
virtue.
Yeah. It's the
That's-
one thing people like about me.
Yeah, it's how punchable you are. The funny thing is, I think Jaina's hijinks slowed down Greymane so bad that he can't catch us. It's like we were stuck at those stairs for a while. I feel like he would have caught up with us.
I mean, he was walking incredibly slow. Also, we set the fire, so he probably had to walk around.
Ouch, that's smarts.
Holy, holy, holy.
Yep, here come the gnomes. All their names have Z's in them. Because Z's are cool, and they are tech boys. Wow, they made a nerd race.
They made a nerd. I can relate. I'm a guy who's a nerd.
I could never get over how much when we were playing Paladins how much Maeve looks like a pink-haired gnome girl from World of Warcraft explicitly.
I mean,
Like, I know the type. I've seen that exact character just running around, and that you just made her.
If you're gonna rip off somebody, take everything.
Oh, here comes. Wow, that's terrifying.
I need 20 of those birds.
You're a clever mooseman. What is a mooseman?
I love your racism.
Yeah, this expansion leans heavy on trolls.
Oh, great.
So that, like, for the princess there, like, she's the ruler of the she's the ruler of the capital that we're going to be at the entire expansion.
That makes sense.
Like, these are the race that we deal with the entire expansion.
No. But I think I know.
Can't wait to unlock
So
them.
get ready to see a lot of trolls.
You have
They're the ones that have those cool druid
this
forms.
far, but your little jailbreak is over. Surrender, and I will return you to the
Wait, how'd you get here?
stockades where you belong.
I think she
There
flies
you will await the king's
or something. I don't know.
justice.
Bane is overpowered.
We have a boat to catch.
Oh, wait, look. Do I have good gear on? Oh, I actually look kind of cool right now. Oh, nope, vanished.
Here she comes.
And I have disappeared.
You've disappeared? Are you just watching me?
No, the cutscene started.
Uh-oh. I'm in the cutscene.
No, it can't be.
Seems a mage of your skill could be very useful right
How did you not see that fire? It was right in front of us.
Isn't over.
She was blinded by rage. Also, she's like 12 feet tall, apparently. You see how tall she was compared to the other people around her?
Aye. Loa help them that cross you, Zul.
I believe the phrase you are looking for is thank you.
Damn, got him.
Set sail for Zuldazar.
I think not. I have orders to return you to the war chief directly.
Seeing as how this is my ship, I think you will need to adjust your plans.
We can discuss it on the way, Your Highness.
Who's fighting out there? Oh. Oh, we have to talk to him to finish it. Got it.
Wait, we're still on the boat. Oh, there we go. What is that snake person?
Dogs have lost our scent.
Oh my god.
Good. Our journey.
I want to play that snake person.
Too bad.
I hope the war chief's faith is
That's too much of a deviant character model.
Powerful. Certain.
They'd have to like finish animating him.
It is an honor to serve my
They do a lot of shortcuts. Like
Princess is also strong.
the Voldenai use the same skeleton as the goblin.
Has always found her to be.
Wait, I think I have one of those.
That's why Voldenai look like goblins, like stature wise. It's because they use the same skeleton for the animations and the rigging and everything.
Almighty Rezan, as always, you come when I ask your aid.
Did you just give me something? Oh, you did.
Did you already finish the cutscene?
I
Yeah.
have sought the aid of the
I didn't realize it was there at first. I was just standing there for a minute like, is this over yet?
My actions. Advise me. You are the Lord
I thought I
of
had that
kings
mount.
and queens.
My eyes.
Guess I don't.
They see your boldness,
Weird.
your power, and enemies who fear both. And those who seek your demise are here.
We need cover! Head for that fog bank!
What do you want?
Here comes the magic escape. Ghost T-Rex.
We are home.
It's remarkable how when you play both perspectives, you just see so much evidence that just like the enemy is the one attacking you, and you're basically just defending yourself, and you're righteous and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's like when you play Alliance, it's like, my god, they burned Teldrassil down, those monsters. And like you play Horde and you like don't even see that, basically.
Hello, little girl. Did you miss me?
There you go.
Champion of the Horde. Let us pay my father a visit. Zoe, we will try not to get yourself killed.
Whoop. I have flying.
Forever.
Fuck everyone. I worked a very long time for this.
We have only a few moments alone. There are things about my kingdom that you must know. Zandalar is beset by enemies, but within.
Give me another goddamn job to
This
do.
is why I went seeking the
Time for some very long follow people around segments.
one of its greatest pains.
Noticing.
Blood trolls surge across our northern border. They drag our people off to the swamps of Nazmir, never to be seen again. Meanwhile, there's an Julie Council. Scheming politicians and decrepit.
Really wish I could auto-follow NPCs.
Threat. They convince my father that nothing need be done.
Princess. You don't left. You told your father you were going exploring, not negotiating with mongrels from the Horde.
You are sworn to protect.
How could
this
you lie
kingdom.
to us, princess?
You will not do your duty, then I must look for someone who will.
The best way to protect the kingdom would be for me to banish this thing to Vol'dun. The Horde has no place in Zandalar.
Their fate will not be decided by you, General.
Nor you.
Oh my god, they're here.
They're racist.
He has ordered me to collect you.
I mean,
I'm a disgusting hordeling, and they want to banish me to Vol'dun.
oh my god, they have mailboxes.
Yep.
They're connected to the Horde Post Network? That's pretty convenient.
What is your business here?
Yeah, they hate the Horde, but they get their mail.
This father is.
I hate them, but they have some damn good
He is
coupons.
most observant. I would wager he already knows of your role in freeing me from Stormwind.
Time for us to get on Groupon.
Just show respect and let him do the talking. And hopefully he will not throw you off the pyramid.
If you see this cap city, though, you're definitely gonna be thinking like, wow, well, sure, it would be nice to have flying right about now. Flying would go a long way on this cap city.
Yeah, this is not giving me any good feelings about running.
It's an incredibly vertical staircase-filled area. It's a kind of a nightmare. I was so happy when I got flying.
Excited. Oh wow, fucking a lot of people just showed up. Hey guys.
Welcome to the instance. Or out of it, anyway.
Only come to steal our Nearville for their undead.
What's up with how like every 10th person is like a massive hulking brood that looks like a different species?
Save Zul and me. Such bravery
Because they are.
Like you see those giant trolls, they're like 12 feet tall, and they can't fit through doorways.
Speaks true. You seek our fleet's might against the Alliance. But my daughter is right as well. Rescuing her showed great courage, a trait I admire. Kalanji worries that I do not see our true enemies. Know that I am not as blind as she fears. Let us see if the Horde can prove its worth to Zandalar. Let them stay in the Great Seal as my guests. For now.
Only the Zandalari may walk those sacred halls. The law states.
The law is what I say it is. For so long.
So where are we going?
The eyes of the
Which place do you want to go to? Because we get to pick one of the three, right?
Yeah. Let's see. General Jakar.
Wow, I'm Speaker of the Horde.
Lies somewhere in the sands, head into the dunes.
God, I have to follow another guy.
Yeah, you always have to follow another guy.
Hello, Zolanai. Oh, they're probably just gonna lead me down to the table, huh?
I feel like there is a specific order to things, and I don't know. Is clicking on something consent? Okay, good.
I think you get to inspect them.
Yeah, like I never know with these things. I worry that like, oops, I clicked on it. That means I selected it. It's like, no.
Because Voldenai is the deserts that all the fox people are in. And then there's the Voldenai, Vol'dun.
Ah, Vol'dun. That's where the
I think we're currently in
are?
We're currently in Zuldazar, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're currently in Zuldazar.
This is like a mountainous pyramid-filled forest area with some dinosaurs. Vol'dun is a desert filled with the fox people that are all being enslaved. And then the top right area, which is like the Zaldalari, I think, or something. Nazjatar is the top right area is a bunch of like animal spirits that you're trying to like encounter or tame or whatever, like a giant turtle and things like that.
Let's I guess let's go to Vol'dun.
All right.
I want to get some little wolf people. That sounds nice.
I've still got to explore the Great Seal, apparently. There we go.
That is older than the Zandalari Empire.
Yeah. Once you're ready, just let me know. I'm not gonna pick a place yet.
Ancient paths and royal treasury.
What is this top bar? Artifact power? Ah, for my thing. Gotcha.
You can find your Nightborn friend in the Hall of Ancient Paths. Come see me when you are done looking around.
Can I just say I'm done looking around instead of looking around?
No.
Damn it.
No, man. You need to look around.
I mean, the Hall of Ancient Paths is just the room full of portals. I already know about that place. It's full of portals.
And then the next place is just a person. And then the place after that is...
Hey, Bane. They're just trying to summon all their portals around.
Oculus, see what you can do with the portal system here. We will need supply lines to the Horde capitals.
All I can do is make culture happen in this place.
You seem to be on the right track for gaining the trust of the Zandalari. I must attend to my other duties. Good luck.
There's a lot of floors around here, which makes it hard to tell which floor a character you're supposed to talk to is on. I've gone crazy trying to chase like a question mark around here.
Do you want something?
Yep, there we go. Suddenly everyone exists. Look at us all existing and shit.
Yeah.
Time is short, so I will be brief. I plan to
nice. Good job there, dude.
The dinosaur skeletons are attacking.
That was close.
In related news, there are dinosaur skeletons.
Oh no. You have an upset pup.
Yep, there's just a dog making noise in the hallway.
And then there are the schemes of
Which one is it?
It's the corgi.
I have no doubt he is as big a threat to the Horde as he is to
And that's the husky.
We
I didn't hear the husky.
Yeah. Now the corgi yaps all the time. The husky will like go at you like he's trying to talk to you.
That's the best.
And it's just like really funny sounding. And the Shiba Inu is completely dead silent all the time until something alarming happens, at which point he screams.
What?
Like if you step on his toe, he will scream bloody murder in a horrible, inhuman noise.
My God. Well, I mean, that's fair. I mean, if I got my toe stepped on, I'd probably would too.
But like it's
still.
just like no barking, no howling, no whimpering or begging, just screaming very, very rarely.
I thought you meant like somebody. I thought you meant like somebody randomly walks in the door and he's just like, ah!
like he's here to startle you.
Yeah, like he just gets terrified by things.
We've got a question enforcers.
You know, kind of like how Shadow does, like you'll walk in the house and then a few minutes later, Shadow starts barking at you. Or it's like a delay reaction, where it's like, oh, right, protection. Hey, you.
It's massively too late reaction to something.
I don't trust Shadow to ever be a good guard dog.
No.
He always barks at the wrong time, and then the moment when like somebody walks into the house unexpectedly, he's like, "Oh, there's someone here, roof," and I'm like, "Bro."
Have you questioned the enforcers?
What was that? Question the enforcers?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
You picked the Voldenite quest, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm already walking my way down. I'm talking to this blade guard.
Oh yeah, Kaja.
Yeah, Kaja.
Yep.
Hurry up.
I just blitzed through that because I could just fly to them.
Well, how nice.
Yes. Ah, fuck. Can't fly in here. Rude.
We...
As you can see, there are still some of
us. How do I get this pterodactyl mount? I love it.
That's actually relatively easy.
Oh, is it?
I mean, it's not like a rare, crazy thing. I think you just have to get a reputation with the Zandalari.
Done. Consider it done.
I've definitely seen it around. Like I think I already have access to it, but just didn't want to pay for it.
We need to travel to the swamp.
I like my nether drake more than these pterodactyls, so I didn't want to spend like it's probably like 400 gold or 4,000 gold or something. Rounded down because I'm exalted.
God, I really wish I could like mass abandon a quest.
Yeah, every time I finish an expansion, I abandon every single quest in my log. Like, well, you're all useless to me now. Goodbye. It's a pretty beautiful expansion.
What are those things?
Oop.
Let's keep flying and
it's a hell of a choice having the two.
What the fuck? Wait,
the
why am I back here?
two factions have their own continents.
What happened?
Did you fly to Vol'dun, then somehow end up back in Zeldazar?
Yeah. What the hell?
What did you do? Did you accidentally abandon the quest that was telling you to take you to Vol'dun?
No, I've been abandoning. What the fuck? Why did it?
I see the pass. Fly
I'm
low
going
and keep
to.
an eye out for any
No.
Kaja, we should adjust course. We're nearing the Sethrak Empire.
Do you still have the quest into the dunes?
I thought they hid mostly beneath the dunes.
Yes.
It appears their presence has grown.
Okay, now can I go? Okay, so there was a glitch where when trying to abandon a quest that is above, or like if the text goes above the quest that I'm currently on and I click abandon, it will kick me out. It won't abandon either quest. It will just kick me out of the flying cutscene, and then I have to abandon the quest while not on the cutscene, and then it will let me fly.
Oh, here's all the snake races.
It's a weird bug, but all right.
That's another reason we can't have the snake people, because the Voldenai would be pretty unhappy with us if we recruited the snake people into the horde, because they enslaved their people.
I mean,
because all the snakes are slave owners.
Kind of act like, you know, there aren't horde races who
So
hate
basically,
each other.
they'd be pretty good for the alliance. Ha 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 ha.
Oh no. I mean, I don't care who I mean, Draenei exist, so sure, why not?
You still alive in there? Any good with that weapon of yours? I'm all out of potions, and there's a whole lot of Sethrak between me and my wagon. If you're willing to fight, I could sure use some help.
We got saved by Nisha. Or I did, you will. Now I'm ahead, haha.
Oh no.
All it took was a stupid bug.
Nice choice. I can work with that. My people will be free. I'm ready. Let's hunt some Sethrak.
Nope, she just phased out of existence. That's awkward.
Volpera are stronger than we look. Make them fear.
Oh, right, I was picking her weapon, not my weapon. Whoops. Whoops. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I have my own tank. Nope. I thought I was picking a staff to use. But instead I gave her a staff. And it's like, oh, I guess she's a spellcaster now. I just chose my Fox Companion's class, because that's how that works.
Oh no.
That's just how that works. It's normal. Totally normal. Wait, she's just beating them with the stick. I really thought she was going to cast spells, but she's just hitting them with it. That's ballsy. It's a hell of a choice.
Do I have to pick a weapon?
Yeah, it just goes to her.
Oh, it goes to her?
Yeah, so I was just explaining. She uses the weapon you pick.
I would pick this really cool dual-bladed scythe thing.
Yeah, I gave her this snake staff, thinking she'd cast... Well, I thought I was getting it, but then once I gave it to her and realized that was what was happening, I thought she'd cast spells. But she's just beating people with it. Which is a choice, I suppose.
I mean, a weapon's a weapon.
That is technically true. Congrats on your revelation.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you.
It cost me 4 years of tuition.
That's about right.
Now the Sethrak will know.
Hello, Hunter. We're reunited for the first time in seemingly hours. Doing normal gameplay.
We are.
We get to quest together again because we're actually here to like do the storylines from front to back. Since we're here long term now, as opposed to all the other expansions where we're just blitzing around.
Yeah, it was a speed rush to max level.
Yeah, and this is actually like this zone in particular is pretty linear actually. Because you caravan with the Voldenai and they take you from like quest hub to quest hub, and you like take care of some local tasks and then hop back on the caravan.
Sandy.
So we'll be sticking together fairly good for a bit. For a bit. Bit.
Fear us.
A bit.
A bit.
All right.
A bit.
You run off without me. So you have flying in this whole zone.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yep. I can just fly all the time. Enjoy not being me.
How long does it take to get flying here?
You're not gonna get it.
Cool.
Not during this series. You have to get exalted with every single faction.
Yeah, that's
more or
that's
less.
big no. Big no for me, man.
And then on top of that, you have to fully explore. You have to fully explore the entirety of the expansion, so you have to get the exploration achievement for every region. But you also have to complete every storyline.
Wow.
You have to complete the quest chains for each of the continents, like the main quests for each one, and all of the war campaign, which is that you know that zombie dude we were hanging out with. That's the guy that runs the pirate ship. he takes us on war campaigns to the alliance island, and so you do entire war campaigns over on the alliance island, and you have to do all those too.
Oh my god! All right.
Meanwhile, finishing your flying also involves getting the getting exalted with the main reputations of the 2 post-main content islands.
Okay, stop running from me.
Don't run from me.
Trying to help her.
Like, you know how like late into Burning Crusade, after Black Temple, they added that one high elf island.
Yeah.
Like some of the a lot of the expansions have like a late in development, like additional island that they add like a year later or something. You have to, there's 2 of those for this expansion, and you have to get exalted with both of those reputations.
Oh, damn.
Yup, it's a lot. It might be revered, I don't remember. But you can find it right now if you type, if you go into your achievements, which is that shield icon on the bottom right corner.
Okay.
And you want to type Pathfinder into the search bar, and you'll get
Pathfinder Battle for Azeroth.
Yeah, you'll get Battle for Azeroth Pathfinder Part 1 and Part 2.
I'm getting a bad.
It's a lot. It's like, okay, I was wrong. You don't have to get exalted. You have to get revered with everybody.
Okay, that's not too bad.
But you'll see that if you click on Part 2, the requirements are to get revered with Rustbolt and Unshackled, which are the 2 expansion islands, and you have to fully explore both of those islands. And then you have to, nested inside of it is you have to complete Battle for Azeroth Pathfinder Part 1, and Part 1 requires you to finish every storyline, get revered with everyone in this region, and explore everything.
Yeah, Battle for Azeroth, Explorer, Diplomat,
and each of those are
quests.
Yeah, and it's like each of them is a cluster of other achievements you have to get. So like Azerothian Diplomat says you have to get revered with the Zandalari Empire, Voldenai, Champions of Azeroth, Talanji's Expedition, the Honorbound, and the Tortolan Seekers.
Damn.
But hey, 3 of those reps, when you get exalted with them, become races, so that's neat. The Honorbound, the Zandalari, and the Voldenai are all unlockable races, so you have additional incentive to get those reps up anyway.
Sounds exciting.
That's new trolls.
I like the idea of...
They're new trolls, new orcs, and the foxes.
New trolls?
Well, yeah, the trolls that are in the capital.
Oh, not new trolls, new orcs. I'm surprised.
Yeah. Yeah, those orcs are the reasons I have my cool wolf mount. That wolf is their mount.
This is gonna be a wild ride.
What is with the orcs and wolves?
I don't know. It's just their thing. They like wolves. Like a lot, apparently.
Yeah.
From day 1, the orc mount was a wolf. And then you get to in the Draenor expansion.
Great work back there.
I basically didn't even have to throw any of those bottles. That was such a short escape sequence.
Yeah, I didn't have to do anything. Is that normal?
Yeah. I don't know what they're going for there. But yeah, from day 1, orcs had wolf mounts, and then we went to that Draenor area where there was an entire zone about like the angst of the frost wolf companionship, where like all the wolves are getting like slaved and murdered by the evil ogres in the area, and you got to help the orcs with their brotherhood with the wolves. And then yeah, there's the Honorbound are yet another orc faction that has wolves.
Find a way.
Ooh.
And they've got cool wolves, because that's the one that I've got.
And it got an epic upgrade.
Like until it has the awkward wolf animation from 15 years ago, like that's a cool fucking wolf model that I've got.
Yeah, I do love that wolf.
And that's what they got. Kiro. Kiro's the leader.
Oh. Who sells the thing around here? Which one of you? There you are.
You looking for the reputation guy?
Yeah, I'm looking for the tabard.
Those don't exist.
What? Wait, you can't get tabards for these races?
No. Well, you can,
What?
but they're rewards for getting high reputation. They're just cosmetic.
What?
Yeah. The bottom left corner of the first page says the tabard of the Voldenai. It doesn't do anything. It's just a tabard. You don't get reputation for tabards. They're instead rewards for getting reputation. For getting exalted. So no, you cannot grind rep by doing instances. They do have a 30. They do have a 30 slot bag though.
Fuck.
And you can get the Reigns of the Alabaster Hyena, which looks cool. So it's an all white hyena. Oh yeah, they also sell the Dune Scrape. They have a version of the pterodactyl you want.
I can't buy anything from them.
Yeah, well you have to be exalted. But yeah, they have the pterodactyl and the hyena when you get exalted with them. In the meantime, grinding. The grind's not super bad, or well, actually I did it during the double rep event.
I was gonna say, didn't you get like double XP or double rep?
There was a double rep event, and that's when I got a lot of this work done.
Have you come to trade?
But it's mostly just doing daily quests around the map a lot, basically. So you just get bored and log in and do some world quests, and then call it a day. And then eventually you're just like, oh shit, I'm exalted now. Crazy.
Yep, that'll be me.
It's definitely not as bad as grinding nether wing rep.
That's probably very true.
And I already did that this year.
Oh
on purpose for some reason, because I just really wanted this mount, apparently. It was important to me.
I mean, it is a cool dragon. It's old as fuck.
He's a shark dragon. I think his model has aged well. He was always a sleek design, so he doesn't need more polygons. He will also eat you alive
his
if you
face could
disparage
use
him.
a little bit more polygons.
No, he's beautiful. If anything, his lighting looks weird.
Oh my god. What's wrong with his lighting?
It's glitching out.
I mean, that sounds typical WoW.
Yep. Listen, it's trying. It's 30 years old.
Give me all this venom.
WoW was made 1 year after Tetris.
Dun 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 dun. Wait, what? Made 1 year after Tetris.
It's just so old that it feels natural to even further exaggerate how old it is.
Wow, on the Commodore 64.
You can't prove it wasn't there.
I mean, I'm sure there is I'm sure someone made it run. As far as I'm aware, WoW is like Doom. It can run on pretty much any hardware.
Creepy little bitey plants that make sloshy noises when we touch them.
I don't like it.
It's a gross noise.
It is a gross noise.
Why does it make that sound? It's a oh, look at the polecat. Just hanging out here.
What the hell is a polecat?
He's just he's alive.
Oh, my pet's dead.
You fuck. He trusted you.
He did. I fucked up.
Oh, are all the polecats getting high on the plant and passing out?
What, the cactus juice?
Yeah, I think so. They're everywhere here. Look at all the green names.
I don't see any green names.
Right here. Oh, maybe you have critter names turned off.
Oh.
These guys are everywhere. Like they're everywhere here. They're just passed out everywhere.
Oh yeah, I see them. Sable polecat.
There's one of them in like every other bush, basically just laying there. I think they got intoxicated by the plants, one way or the other. And now they're just like sitting there.
These poor little guys. I got a rock.
Oh right, I have these guys. Oh fuck, I have too many cosmetic pets. Help me.
I have a lot of them too.
Like the scary little eyeball.
I have the oh, you know who I should bust out? I should bust out the
Poda,
really
there we go.
Should bust out the really fucking annoying flower.
There we go. I summoned Poda. So just remember that I have him.
Sociopath. I choose you. Sunflower.
I choose you, sociopath. Oh, it's from
Plants vs. Zombies.
Plants vs. Zombies.
Yeah.
I played the Plants vs Zombies game that they have. It's in Hillsbrad.
Yep, I played that too.
It's torture.
It is. Yeah.
It's so slow and so unresponsive and so ugly compared to Plants vs Zombies. Like it's incredibly off-putting and also incredibly time-consuming.
Yeah, it was definitely done as a.
But yeah, look, I got a little Poda running around with me, a little sable polecat.
Aw.
I think you get him as a request reward somewhere in this chain.
I just have the Plants vs Zombie flower, and every so often it will sing.
That's not good. That's cursed shit right there.
Yeah, that's why I named it Sociopath. Did you hear it?
No.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I've got Dasher. Little raptor boy. There you go. That's cute. The battle pet interface made it a fucking nightmare to navigate your pets.
Yeah.
Because there's like no sorting options because they're all sorted entirely based on like
the battle pet specifications.
Yeah, and I'm
great.
like that's not what I care about. Is there like an alternate view I can look at that's just about collecting them and being able to sort through them? Because I super don't give a shit about their Pokemon battle powers. Like, that's incredibly unfun. It's about as fun as that time you tried to recreate Plants vs. Zombies in this game. Stop trying to make other games in your game. They're not good.
No.
I've got my tiny little raptor and he's adorable.
I wonder if they made it so you can't hear the sound or the singing anymore.
So that's just not a constant horror story of just being flooded with them at all times. Every time you're in every town.
It's so ominous.
Horrible singing.
Because it's a child doing it.
I hate it.
So it's just like, it's like a child just like la 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 la, and you're like, what the fuck?
Yep. Nope.
Like,
no, thank you.
Is this a horror movie? Oh,
yeah. No, this actually is the quest that gives you Poda, as it turns out.
Oh. Well, there you go. If only I could find any. Saved them all. Shit.
Oh, did it not complete?
No, the quest is ready for turn-in. Sorry.
Oh, you fool. I was gonna say, I thought we were sharing progress. Why weren't you done yet?
I didn't think we were sharing progress, so I am the dumb.
The time that we revived two of them that were right next to each other, that was like 6 out of 6, 7 out of 7, done.
Yeah, I thought for some reason I just assumed it wasn't sharing the quests.
You fool.
I'm so used to being betrayed by WoW's questing system.
Oh, it's Kaja. He's the one that we had to wait for earlier.
Restorative bomb applied? Alright, you want some bomb? Here's some bomb.
I can help. Hey, don't die out there.
There we go. Well, this is our intro to the Voldenai. It's pretty late, so we probably want to call it here.
Yeah.
Thankfully, standing right here is an inn.
Oh, shit.
So you can see your names flashing. So right here is an inn, apparently. I'll fucking take it. Well, I guess is this the inn? This is the innkeeper over here. Oh yeah, this whole this whole clearing is an inn actually. Gotcha. So the innkeeper's here to set your hearth.
I should probably do that.
This is just a chill area, just a couple of wagons and then one fire, and they're like, sure, that's an inn. Listen, this is what they have to live with. This is what the Voldenai have as far as shelter and resources go. They have a dirt flat area. These are the only ones that aren't currently slaves. So we'll have to save the rest of this entire region's Voldenai from snake people. By the end, we'll be just mass murdering snake people with bombing raids, so it'll escalate a bit. See you guys next time.
Is that a war crime?
Oh, there's seating areas.
Yeah.
With my swag ass hat. I'm beautiful, but my shoulders are stupid because they aren't. My shoulders aren't transmogged because I got new ones.
I love your shoulders.
They look
fantastic.
They're absurd. I was specifically trying to avoid the insane shoulders, and then they just fucking found their way onto me. So did the weapon. The weapon is not my style. I'm gonna have to transmog between episodes.